You want me up here with you?
Yes, sir.
Better. Thank you so much.
Great. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the February 1st business meeting of the South Florida Water Management District Governing Board to order. And first thing we'll do is we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Jackie, it's your hometown. Would you like to lead us?
Okay, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Of course. Thanks once again to the City of Port St. Lucie. It's been a wonderful evening. It's a great town, and I really appreciate your hospitality, and I appreciate your staff getting up on a Saturday to accommodate us all, and I appreciate our staff being here on a Saturday. We don't do these frequently. We do have a bunch of dignitaries and elected officials. I'd like to start off where we have Congressman Brian Mast is with us. Representative Mast, would you like to say anything? You don't have to, but I'd love to hear from you, and I'd like to thank you very much for all your support for our Everglades projects.
I'd just start out by saying thank you, number one, for the board, for your approach to water management, your commitment to it. It's not an easy thing. I think every single one of us that pay attention to this on a daily basis, that sit in these rooms, meeting after meeting with a host of different boards, we understand that there are so many different needs that are attempting to be balanced. What I appreciate most about this board is that I believe you are truly attempting to meet balance in everything that we have to look at as we look at water supply and the threats of too much water and where water needs to be in order to recreate or navigate, and what conditions cause algal blooms and everything that's associated with this. It's difficult. It's not easy. Every county commissioner and city commissioner from across the breadth of each side of the lake, I appreciate everybody coming in here, inputting your opinions. We don't all agree on everything, but when we come together and fight passionately and hopefully get together and have a beer over it afterwards, I think ultimately we're going to find ourselves in the right place where we can meet something that everybody can be proud of. So in that, thank you everybody, board and everybody included, for your participation. Wish you all the best.
Thanks very much for being here, Brian, or Congressman. Our next is Senator Gail Harrell, and we're in your backyard. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and welcome to the beautiful city of Port St. Lucie. I just wish it were not raining outside, but perhaps you'll get some time this afternoon, if it stops raining, to go to the beach and enjoy our wonderful, wonderful area. The Treasure Coast is truly the treasure of Florida, and welcome. We are delighted to have you here. And I am also delighted I drove in last night specifically to be here to welcome you and to make sure that you got kind of a little mini update on where we are. As you know, we started rolling out our budget this week, so it's so appropriate that you're meeting this week. And we wanted to just give you a little taste. Now, first blush of the budget doesn't mean this is the final budget, but it's our first rollout. And between the House and the Senate, eventually, we will come to conclusion. I'm delighted that Representative Oberdorf is here as well. But really, what I am so excited about is when you look at where we are and the commitment the state is making to Lake Okeechobee restoration. We have come a very long way, baby, since we passed Legacy Florida about 4 or 5 years ago, and we are making that commitment every single year to continue with Lake Okeechobee restoration, with emphasis on stopping the releases, especially into the West Coast and here in our area on the Treasure Coast. So this year in DEP Everglades restoration, currently in our first blush of the budget, we are putting $318.6 million into Lake Okeechobee restoration. That does not include The additional $4 million we're putting in the Department of Agriculture for Lake Okeechobee agricultural projects. We are also putting into water quality improvements, $198 million, that includes also $25 million in septic to sewer wastewater treatment, and also total minimum daily loads of $25 million. This is a significant amount of money. And water quality improvements within the Everglades at $50 million. And water projects, general water projects, $38 million. And this is extremely important to us here on the Treasure Coast. Water quality improvements specifically designated to the Blue-Green Algae Task Force. And we have allocated at this point $10.8 million. We also, for those of you on the West Coast, we're also very concerned about the red tide. So we are also allocating specifically for red tide within Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission for red tide research, $2.8 million. For the Center for Red Tide Research, another $2 million with 2 FTEs to it. So you can see that we are at this very first step making significant commitment to water management, to making sure that we are dealing with the releases from Lake Okeechobee and the consequences thereof, whether it is red tide on the West Coast or blue-green algae here. But we are very committed to this, and the Senate is there to work with you as we construct this budget, and your input would be very, very important. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for having me today.
Well, thank you very much for your service.
Happy to answer any questions.
If anyone has any questions, you can ask. And thank you for the update. And this is a great partnership, and you all have been wonderful, and you keep us doing what we're doing. So thank you very much. Next, we have Representative Oberdorf.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here today. And again, welcome to the City of Port St. Lucie, to District 83. I'm really proud to have you all here and being a part of this. My side of this, I wanted to update you a little bit some of the legislative issues that we're dealing with, rather than looking at money, because we've got a long way to go on the money side. So I'm sure that we'll be seeing Drew up there again and fighting for you all. On the water storage side, I just want to remind you on a variety of different things that are happening. On the House side, House Bills 1343 and 1363 are dealing a lot with water quality, water storage, biosolids, various best management practices, TMDLs, BMAP legislation, so a variety of things that you might be interested in. And these issues are becoming paramount within our legislature, as they should be. And we're actually thrilled to be able to be a part of that. In the Senate side, Senator Albritton and Senator Mayfield are really carrying this legislation forward. On the House side, it is Representative Bobby Payne and myself that have been tasked with bringing this forward. And Bobby and I have our second hearings coming up this week at the House. We were just agended, so we'll be up again this week to be moving that through and moving forward. I can't tell you how critical it is for the wetland reserve programs, the water storage programs, the various things that we're looking at throughout our entire basin. We received a report last week from the Senate environmental side that basically looked at the water storage and the water needs of our future. And this one report said that we were going to be out of water in about 5 years to the north. And so I am just imploring you to, again, look at water storage north of Lake Okeechobee, look at it in the basin around Orlando, so that we can absolutely plan for the future associated with the growth that's happening there. The growth is not something that you or I or anybody else is commenting on, but it's coming. And as a result, obviously, you're tasked with planning for that and making sure that we have that adequate water supply in those areas there. And of course, while we're doing that north of the lake, it does nothing to take away from what's happening south of the lake. I applaud you for your efforts in moving ahead with water storage south of the lake, ensuring that we are lowering the chance for discharges into this beautiful region here, and I applaud you for that. But at the same time, please make sure that we're balancing that effort by looking north of the lake and also looking for other avenues. We have a couple of projects right now that are hopefully coming online after conversations with Drew and others that are looking at water storage again, but also taking that water and potentially putting it up to St. John's. When you look at the Scott property and you look at what Evans property is doing, at Bluefield, there's great storage there. We look at some other projects that are on the river itself and holding that water so that we aren't getting it into the lake in the first place. And if we do get it there, that it's clean water. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. We are certainly open for any questions anytime. We try to show up as much as we can in our office. And again, if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you so much for being here, though.
Thank you. Any questions? Thanks, Representative Overbaugh.
Thank you.
Okeechobee Board of County Commission Chairman, Mr. Burrows.
Well, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to come and visit with you today, but I also appreciate the fact of all the work that you've done in order to help our friends on both East and West Coast for clean water. One of the comments I'd make is that I'm glad to see that our Mr. Butler has been placed in the chair that will give you a blend of agriculture and all the things that you're doing across the board. And Representative Oberdorf kind of opened up a conversation relative to storage north of the lake. I was in Tallahassee this last week, and I worked along with Commissioner Grebe out of Osceola County, and we crafted the words for the Word of 2020 in order to expand the Lake Okeechobee watershed plan all the way up to the headwaters of the Kissimmee River, including the Orlando Basin. So hopefully that was sent to NACO and to be put on the TI committee, I believe is the name of the committee, on Friday. So we'll see whether or not we can have some storage north of the lake, and that's storage north of Okeechobee County. That's not just storage north of the lake. I got a little trouble with my commissioner friend Carson Turner when I said we'll do some storage north of Lake Okeechobee. He said, no, you're not taking any land off of Glades County any longer. So I've learned to say storage north of Okeechobee County. So we certainly appreciate all the work you folks are doing, and I'm here today with some of my counterparts. This is Commissioner Goodbread. He's over here with us to support this issue about the Okeechobee Airport, which will be coming up a little bit later on your agenda. So thank you very much for the work you do, and I appreciate being able to have the opportunity to address you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Burrows. And welcome, Commissioner. Thanks for being here. Are there any other elected officials in the audience who'd like to be recognized? Thanks. Rosie, are there any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
Great. We're going to look for abstentions and disclosures. I'll start with Mr. Steinle and see if you have any.
None.
Mr. Olepich?
None.
I have none.
None.
I have none.
None.
I don't have any.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Steinle, we had an Audit and Finance Committee meeting yesterday. You want to give us an update?
We had a longer than normal Audit and Finance Committee meeting, so bear with me on the notes. All very important, obviously. Ms. Weinberg gave the Treasurer's investment update, including a background. Obviously, the Fed cut interest rates 3 times in 2019, pushing rates down to about 1.5% from 1 3/4. Obviously, that makes it more difficult to realize districts' financial goals, but we'll talk about the results, which were still positive. District received about $240 million in ad valorem, largest influx of cash in December. Obviously, those are from early payments. Ms. Weinberg is working with the district's financial advisors to invest the available funds in order to decrease the cash balance, which is currently large, from ad valorem receipts and bonds that were called, and we'll use the flexibility to increase agency MBS allocation to up to 50%. That will aid in improving our yield, but we will utilize that flexibility only to the degree that it benefits the district. In terms of last and current fiscal year's earnings, were higher than anticipated. Fiscal year 18-19 budgeted earnings of $6.1 million were actually earnings of $12 million. 19-20 budgeted earnings of approximately $8 million are also now forecasted to be $12 million. The goal is to be invested at 72% from an asset allocation perspective, with 28% in cash and cash equivalents. The committee discussed, given the rates movement in January with regard to the coronavirus concerns, whether it was prudent to hold cash until after the market leveled out. I think we were all in agreement that it still makes sense to diversify and ladder out our investments rather than try to either time the market or hold a cash yield. Ms. Weinberg reminded us that the district holds those investments to maturity, so that means we're less exposed to mark-to-market risk. And then lastly, on the investment update, we discussed the benchmark comparisons. Given the challenges of the low rate environment, the team is doing very well on against the index benchmarks as well as peer indices. So we thank them for the work that they're doing. Mr. Burns from the Inspector General's office had 2 audit reports. The first was an audit of the software licenses. District has over 1,500 versions of software products. IT is obviously responsible for ensuring all software installed on the machines and networks are properly purchased and accounted for and is properly licensed. So the purpose of this audit was to examine the process for negotiating and executing software licensing agreements, and then also to determine whether all software used within the district is purchased from legitimate vendors, is properly accounted for, and properly licensed. The audit results showed that there are controls in place that are working effectively, and in fact, the district purchased software and maintenance packages below the budgeted amounts. This freed up approximately $1 million of funds over the past 4 years for IT to use in other areas. The audit recommendations were to document the procedures and consider purchasing software that would more efficiently sweep the network to find unlicensed software. Management concurred with both of those recommendations, and the committee approved the audit. The second audit was an audit of the limestone mining lease agreement. The objective of that audit was to determine whether the district is receiving royalty payments from the lime rock mining operations that are accurately calculated and in accordance with the agreement. The agreement was entered into in April 2006. Mining operations, however, started in December of 2015. So just a little bit of background on this. The land is located in the Lake Belt area of Miami-Dade County. There are 3 owners as a part of this operation: the district, trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust of Florida, which is part of DEP, and WRQ, which is a private enterprise. The 3 owners agreed to distribute royalty revenue from mining operations in accordance with the percentage of their ownership. District has about 25% ownership. From 2006 through 2018, we, the district, received about $7 million in royalty payments. Of note, the lease agreement, again, which was done in 2005, does not contain the district's standard language regarding audit rights. In other words, WRQ, the private enterprise, has independent control of the annual audit and survey and for providing those results to the district. So we're able to verify the reasonableness of all the variables in the revenue formula, but not the conversion, which is used to convert yards to weight, so volume to tons, which is what we're paid off of. We would need external expert assistance to provide assurance regarding that conversion factor test results. So what we discussed were concerns with the agreement that requires us to rely on a report where the numbers can't be verified by us independently, discrepancies in the number of acres owned by the district versus what's on the contract, the remaining life of the quarry, which is approximately 10 years, and then the lease agreement, which is up for the board for renewal in 2021. That would be a 5-year lease renewal. The audit recommendations were to consider obtaining and reviewing the test samples, documentation from WRQ to support the 1.3 conversion factor, and for the district to request an estimate of what it would cost to obtain expert assistance to provide additional assurance regarding the results. Management concurred with the recommendations, and the committee approved the audit. Staff will move forward on implementing the recommendations and looking into costs associated with the expert. That was the last item. Our next Audit and Finance Committee meeting will be held April 9th at the West Palm Beach headquarters. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Stanley. Are there any questions or comments on the Audit and Finance Committee report? We don't need to do anything with that, right? No, that's just a report. Okay, thank you. Next order of business is the minutes from December 12th. They've been distributed. And if there are any additions or deletions, amendments to those? If not, can I hear a motion to approve them?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, let's take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. They pass unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, you have an exciting personnel announcement to make for us.
Good morning, and I think it was maybe our first or second meeting together where we had a big session on resiliency within the Water Management District with respect to sea level rise and those types of things. And at that meeting, we announced that we are establishing a position, the District Resiliency Officer position. And so after a lot of interview and thought, we do have that person hired, and I want to introduce her to you. It's Dr. Carolina Moran, who is coming up to sort of introduce herself, but we're very excited to have her come on over. And she'll be working straight with John Mitnick and working across programs to, make sure resiliency gets embedded in everything we're thinking about. So, Dr. Moran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, governing board members, and Director Bartlett for the introduction. It's an honor to be here today and to have the opportunity to serve the 8.7 million residents in our 16-county region and to work on water resources resilience. In our community, climate change and sea level rise are a persistent part of the conversation. South Florida has already begun to experience the tangible effects of climate, more extreme events, and with a growing population and an aging infrastructure, the time to act is now. As we think about the investments we make around the changing climate and the necessity of protecting the current investments and the environment, we need to think about how they best fit our community and how they impact South Florida resources. I look forward to working with the public, stakeholders, as well as local, state, and federal agencies to advance restoration, protect our communities from flooding, and meet the region's water needs. My interpretation of water resilience is in part reflecting in my personal experience. Water has been my passion for nearly 20 years, since I was first introduced to the importance of sustainable water sources at the Curitiba Metropolitan Region, southern portion of Brazil where I grew up. Soon after that, I went to University of Florida for an exchange program, and I was fascinated to learn more details about Florida water challenges. My experience at UF and many other qualities that we value here in Florida were essential to the decision that my husband and I made 5 years ago to choose this state as the home for our family. During my professional career and advanced studies, I worked in several multi-objectives water resources and planning and management projects in different parts of the world, but it was in Florida that I became more closely engaged in climate changing studies. As a contractor for South Florida Water Management District back in 2015, I learned more details about rising sea levels, groundwater shifts, and trends in rainfall patterns, considerations that are key in understanding how water should be managed in our region. For the past 3 years, I work as the Water Resources Manager with the Environmental Planning and Community Resilience Division in Broward County, and was responsible for implementing county-wide water resources programs and coordinating planning and policy concerns related to local water supply, stormwater management, and including impacts from future climate conditions. Regionally, the Broward team is part of the Southeast Florida Regional Climate Compact, an agreement between Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Broward, and Monroe counties to build resilience across the region. In my new role here, I will coordinate our scientific data and research needs to ensure that district resilience planning and projects are found on the best available science. As an engineer, I understand this task is 10, maybe 50 times more complex than it was in the past, and I'm ready to take on this challenge. It's an exciting time to be part of the Everglades and the resilience work with all the attention from this board and from Governor DeSantis. I'm thrilled to be working under the leadership of Ms. Director Bartlett and Dominic, and with the district's passionate and dedicated team of experts. I'm looking forward working with you to find solutions to our toughest problems. It's a true honor to be here and to lead the South Florida water management resilience efforts. Thank you.
Well, welcome. Does anyone have anything they want to say? We're not going to grill you right now on your first day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the district, Doctor, and congratulations, Drew, on filling the position. This is incredibly important, and the more we go around this district, the more we realize how important it is. So we're looking forward to your work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're going to go to public comment now. There's a nice clock on the wall. I think there's one in front of you. It's going to show you've got 3 minutes. If you exceed that, nothing awful is going to happen, but please be mindful of the folks behind you. And we do want to go home today. So we'll go ahead and start with public comment.
Something mildly awful.
Mildly awful. The Super Bowl's tomorrow, so Scott.
Chairman, we have 4. Gary Ritter, followed by Gary Goforth, and then Mark Perry, and then Newton Cook.
Good morning, Governing Board, Chair, staff. Really, well, before I get started, I have to say I agree with Pete, go Chiefs. So, at any rate, the discussion yesterday was excellent, I felt, and it was never more evident in kind of to steal a phrase from Congressman Mass. I think it was evident that balance is the key to this, to key to all the challenges. As I listened to Pete up there, his concerns were with water supply. Lawrence's concerns with environmental and the ecology of the system, and I know John gets really nervous when we have too much water in the system and what to do with it. And Drew is nervous all the time. So, with that said, as a representative of agriculture, we too get very concerned with the water supply and the low lake levels. But we also kind of understand that, as Congressman Mass brought up, that there are a lot of stakeholders with diverse interests in this system and how the system is managed. Maybe they don't always agree with one another. Maybe they never really agree with one another. But I remember what Executive Director Jack Malloy said when I first came on to the Water Management District. And he always used to say, if there's no one stakeholder group that is completely happy, then the district is doing their job. So that's balance. Mr. Wagner, you had posed a question to Kevin Carter yesterday, I think, about the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual and SERP, and do you think they need to be tied together? And aside, I'm not an expert on state law, and I know we have legal permitted water users, but I think history tells us that we get ourselves into trouble when we start partitioning off these various processes. I think they have to all kind of dovetail together in order for it to work. The Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project is being modified through LOSUM, SERP, and other projects that are going on, and they can't be exclusive of each other. They have to kind of work in concert in order for everything to come out and for us to be successful in what we're trying to do in modifying this system. If we deviate from that process, I fear we're gonna set ourselves up to failure, and I don't think any of us want to do that. So, I think balance without question is how we need to look at the system, and we need to work in concert with everything that's going on as we're modifying this watershed. Thanks.
Gary, number 2, good morning. Welcome again to the sun-kissed Treasure Coast. As y'all approach your first anniversary on the board, I want to compliment you on the inclusive nature of your discussions. We are all in this together in terms of water quality, as well as water supply and flood control. So thank you for raising that and keeping that at the forefront. I also want to express appreciation that this region has gone almost 11 months without any discharges of Lake Okeechobee water, very polluted water. And I'm gonna thank the board. I want to thank your staff. I also want to thank Congressman Mast for elevating the concerns of human health. And I also want to thank the Corps of Engineers. They had plenty of opportunity last summer when Dorian was barreling down right at us, and they had their finger close to the trigger, but they kept it off, and I want to thank them for that. As a result, our estuary has begun its recovery. It's not done yet. Human health, though. Human health is the very first, when I came to this board a year ago, spoke with you, that was the issue that I told you was going to dominate my appearance before the board. It continues today. I didn't see on the agenda discussion of the revision to Rule 40E61, and at some point I would like to hear back from the board on progress of that. You have a tremendous opportunity to carry out the governor's direction for clean water, still within your opportunity, and that's the 4061 program. You have over 750 active permits that you can take action on. Your data that the staff has collected clearly documents that there are discharges that are well above the permitted levels. This agency has a tremendous track record of success working with landowners, particularly south of the lake in 4063. You know how to collaboratively work with landowners. I would suggest you seize the opportunity to work with the landowners around Lake Okeechobee to do what you can to help. Again, welcome, and thank you again for your inclusiveness.
Good morning, Governing Board. It's good to be back. I appreciate, again, that meeting yesterday. The workshop on consumptive use permitting was excellent, and I think I'll compliment all the board members for asking really great specific questions and getting responses about, where this goes. And I think that one evident was come up that you need to kind of look at some of the consumptive use permitting process and efforts that was in 2009 transferred back over to staff primarily. And staff does a great job, but you have indicated that there may be some need for some oversight on it, at least to kind of consider it. It also came up, that we have about 21,000 currently active permits, and about 98%, the staff reported, might be dependent upon the lake. And we talk about the lake levels being, specific to that. And there are a lot of people, as Gary and others have mentioned, about keeping that lake, and the management of the lake last year was kind of an excellent way, and we hope the estuaries can recover from these no releases. But in keeping that lake low, you always consider about drought. And I just want to remind that, we still supply water south to all the permitted users in the EA and others through those structures south of the lake. And those structures are set at elevation about 10.5 feet. So they can gravity feed from the lake out. Back in 2000, we all shared the adversity because the lake had been drowned for the previous 10 years. So we all shared the adversity to get the lake lower. Unfortunately, it went into the dry season 2001 in May, got to the second lowest point ever at 8.97 feet, and panic set in, and we put in 14 forward pumps into the lake down to an elevation of 7 feet. So we could pump water out for water supply as necessary down to 7 feet. So some way or other, we're going to supply that. And I think that water supply is got that. We recognized yesterday that 110%, we get 10%, that 1 in 10 situation. And we also have that allocation that we give in those permits, but the 45 to 50% actual use of that permitted use is something to consider. And I think it was brought up yesterday about that buffer, so I consider that. There are other things I'll comment on in the agenda. Thank you for having it up here. The North Fork is an aquatic preserve, this 23-mile stretch of the North Fork of the river, designated in 1972. And some of us were there back then, and it was really well to preserve it. You might not know that the North Fork, winding Oxbow River as it is, with now aquatic preserve, and managed under Save Our Rivers also, was channelized. And we dug a channel up a lot of those oxbows in order to overdrain, and now we're trying to restore that, just like the Kissimmee. So if the river's a wonderful system, natural watershed, both North Fork, South Fork to Stewart, and we hope to kind of keep it that way and let it become great again. So thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Newton Cook, President of United Waterfowlers, and I happen to be the facilitator for the Water Management District Recreation Forum. And I just want to give a brief update on what's going on recreation-wise in the district. I had my say at the core meeting the other day about the lake levels, so I'll leave that out today. First of all, we had an incredible Wounded Warrior hunt at STA 1 West. This is about the third or fourth one. This is the second one that we organized through the Operation of Outdoor Freedom, which operates through the state forest people. And most of these people came from the Tampa area, and we were just really glad to have them. We had 10 Wounded Warriors, but it takes 20 helpers and 15 or more kayaks and whatever to make it all work. And I can only tell you that without the cooperation of Leroy Rogers, who's your STA guy, and without the land management people, Jerry Krentz and that whole crew, this couldn't happen, because we have to have a lot of dispensations in order to get these people in the boats and into the marsh without a lot of long paddling and stuff. So thanks to the district for doing this. And we're even talking about doing 2 next year, because it's just a big hit, obviously. Also, the FWC is probably not here, but without the FWC cooperation, they basically waive all the licenses except for the federal licenses for the Wounded Warriors, and that helps. It costs a lot of money to duck hunt. Ask my wife. So anyway, that was an incredible thing. And Officer Stone from the FWC is the guy who really helps us. Now, this coming week, we have a youth hunt, and that's a United Waterfowlers function. And this has been going on for 10 years or so. And we do lunch for about 100, 120 people. And this is the young hunters coming off from the morning hunt, and the young hunters and their parents or whatever going out for the afternoon hunt. And STA 1 West is right there next to Southern Boulevard. And cooking feed for the kids and for everybody. And every kid gets a prize, free raffle, free prize. Everything United Waterfowlers does is free. Somehow, I wonder how we get the money, but it's free. So it's a big event, and all of you are invited, incidentally. It starts at 10 o'clock. We start feeding, and it's over at 1, because by then all the hunters have either come or gone, the young kids. And it's a menagerie of dogs and kids and people, and it's fun. The meeting itself was on December 16th. We have one a quarter, the next one will be in March. And we had a very good meeting with a lot of people there, and what's really nice is I like the variety of recreation people that we get at these meetings. The South Florida Trail Riders organization, and that was Augie Severa. These people ride a lot of the levees, a lot of the district levees, and as you know, there's hundreds and hundreds of miles of levees, which are great recreation. People bike on them, hike on them, and horseback ride on some of them. So they did a presentation, and then we had the Angler Action Foundation, which is kind of a pro fish, saving the fish, different species of fish, and it goes beyond just going out and catching a fish. These people are actually conserving, and they've made a presentation. Issue, Palm Beach County Shooting Range. I remember Bill Klein, FWC, he called me, Newton, I need for you to go to this was Palm Beach County Commission. I need you to go to Palm Beach County Commission and speak for this gun range. And I said, wow, yeah, we need one. This is out by Mecca Farms. It's a world-class gun range being built there right now. He'd been working on it 5 years. He called me that day 10 years ago. So here we are. He's 20 years into this thing, and it's actually being built. So we had a presentation. This will save the district a lot of problems. The idea is to get the people who go out on the levees and target practice off of the levees and into this gun range. And we've had one tragic death in the last 5 years of a guy just fishing down a canal, and one of these, guys whacked off a gun from a lot of them come from the inner city. I hate to say that, but that's true. But if we just give them a place where they could go, then we'll get them off the levees, and that's good for all of us. So that was an important thing. And then I wish Bergeron was here, because we had a long presentation from Roy on the python removal program, which we just came out of, as you know, and that's a forever issue. Again, United Waterfowlers, the very first python removal program, they had a kind of a show get together down there, and we put up our big booth with all the ducks in it. And everybody wanted to know, why you got your ducks there? I said, because pythons eat ducks. And they do, because they tried to eat one of mine one day at STA 1 West. He come up and got it and tried to go away with it. 15-footer, I might add. So don't mind waiting with the alligators, but those pythons slithering around under your water when you're standing out there waiting, not so much fun. Big issue, what vegetation management is in the STAs, as you've heard me say 100 times, SAVs for the money, cattails are for free, and there's a lot of people not too happy about the cattails that are taking over the STAs, and we are talking about having to cut quota permits next year because we're losing open water. You can go out to Lakeside SDA, and you can see how much money you spent there, and you look at it, it's cattails. You can put a dye cup and put water in there, and you grow cattails. And my contention is we need SAV. We need healthy marshes doing the cleaning. Public use project updates by Jerry Krentz again. He always tells us all the good things that are happening, and occasionally the closure of some things, and Jerry just does a great job. Dan Cotter, the Kissimmee River Valley Sportsman Association, and if you've been to the recreation meetings, you see that group come down. They were given an award because they installed a new public use shelter on district lands in the upper chain of lakes. These people moved 10, 12 airboats full of construction material out to build this thing, and spent the weekend building it up there. And these are very important shelters because when you get out there, there's no place to go for shelter. And if it comes a thunderstorm or you really need a place to get safe. So that pretty well does it for what we did. And I can only tell you how much the district appreciates, how much the people who recreate on the property appreciate what you guys do. There's something over 600,000 acres out there open to the public. You've got tens of thousands of people right now, as I stand here today, you've got tens of thousands of people out there on that property. And without the cooperation of your staff and you guys, it just wouldn't happen. But it's the best public relation thing you got, because if they're out there and it's district land and they know it's district land, then you've got their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook, very much for your report and for all of your help with our recreational stakeholders.
Chairman Goss, we have two more speakers.
Okay.
Nyla Pipes, followed by Michael Connor.
Sorry about that. I got my card in a little late. Good morning. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. First of all, I want to thank you all for being here with us on a Saturday, but it's a little bit of a double-edged thank you because I also would like to appeal to you not to make it a habit. Today, a lot of our conservation groups, there's a very real reason, I know that's funny, but a lot of our conservation groups actually do some really good work on the weekends. And today is Everglades Youth Day at the Everglades Youth Camp, which I volunteer at on an annual basis, and my family are involved in. If you have kids in your life that have an opportunity to get out there, make those text messages now because it's a great day. It's an opportunity where kids are exposed to the Everglades. They're exposed to the outdoor lifestyle. They get to ride on airboats. They get to shoot, bow and arrow. They get to see the youth camp, and it's a really beautiful piece of property that we are fortunate to have to teach people about the Everglades in the state of Florida. So that's my Saturday announcement, if you will. To more serious nature, it's my understanding that we still do not have letters of support for the Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project or the Loxahatchee Project. The Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project, I know that a lot of people have concerns about ASR. I know that we have sort of beat that conversation, quite frankly, to death over the years. They are in use throughout the state. We know that they work. We know that they will help us in a very quick way comparatively to the major reservoirs that we also need. This narrative that one project competes with another in Everglades restoration is a very dangerous, slippery slope. And I know that there are concerns also with Loxahatchee because Mecca area and all that. But we have a problem where we have to make sure that these things get into WRDA. We're endangering our funding. And there are plenty of opportunities after we go ahead and write that letter of support and get moving on the funding end of things to still go ahead and tweak the projects. So I appeal to you to please send those letters. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. We'll get there. And there's lots of time to still do that. But my great concern is if we don't go ahead and get this in there now, they're going to perceive that at the federal level as a slowdown in Everglades restoration. And people in California and Louisiana are looking for our money, okay? We're all in competition. So that's my appeal today. Looking forward to the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Michael Connor.
Good morning. Thanks for coming to the Treasure Coast. Appreciate it. Director Bartlett, nice to see you again. Board members, my name is Mike Connor. I live in Jensen Beach, and I serve as Executive Director of Indian River Keeper. Here today to make some comments. First of all, I'll make an invite, if I may, a personal invite to each of you to take up my offer to get in a boat with me, go see the lagoon. In my job, I'm going to do a lot of monitoring and documenting. That's going to be the thrust of my, my job description. And we have great documentation, a lot of good aerial documentation, because of Jackie's great flights over the river, a lot of us can see before and after, cause and effect. And a lot of times I actually take her photographs, and I'll look at it and I'll make a little map out. Where am I going to go my boat today? And I'll see things that trouble me, and I'll go to those places. I'm a big believer in ground truthing. And I would love to get each and every one of you out of my boat sometimes. I use two boats. I got a small skiff. I go in places in IRL close to the edges where the seagrass is or where it's not. In the last year, I'm very encouraged by the water quality. I'm not so encouraged by what I'm seeing because the water's clear. It gives me a perfect picture of the habitat devastation we've had. And my territory is huge. I'm going from Jupiter to, at this point, New Smyrna. And there's talk about a waterkeeper taking over the northern part of the IRL, which would be great, because that's a lot of territory. But again, I'd like to invite each and every one of you to take me up on my offer, and I'll leave my contact information with you. I do want to make one comment about projects. Very much in favor of the EAA project, finally coming to fruition. I saw a panel, I wasn't at the EVCO conference this year. There was a panel, I believe Jackie was on a panel moderated by Mark Perry, where a commissioner from Okeechobee County kind of made it clear they weren't in favor of Lake Okeechobee Water Restoration Project on their lands. So I'm confused. I think the general public's confused about these projects if they are favored by the residents of those counties. And I think to myself, if the water projects don't go in north of the lake, how much further north are we going to push these projects? And if they aren't put along the whole Kissimmee Valley, would Osceola County and Orange County be saddled with all of the responsibility of holding water, cleaning water before sending us south in the Kissimmee Basin? So that's confusing to me. I would love to have you clear that up for me when we have conversations in the future, or today if you might, because that's the one thing I'm very much in favor of northern projects. They are vital. They are a must. We also would like to see the Army Corps use all their flexibility in operational procedures to try to get the lake as low as possible before June 1st each year. But we know the projects are essential. Operation procedure alone won't do this. We have to store water, and I'm very much against the thought of deep well injection. I just think when the ecosystem, where we're discussing water shortages to the ecosystem, to the habitat, Florida Bay, I can't see why we would shove water underground never to be recovered again. That's just like discharging through the estuaries. It's no better. I appreciate your time. And again, I'll leave my card with all of you today. I hope to talk to you in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Yeah, Jackie?
Mr. Connor, I just wanted to congratulate you on your new position as our Indian River Keeper, and we are so excited to have you. Thank you for being here today.
Thanks. We're going to go to board comment now, and we'll start with Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I took Jackie's advice this morning, made a trip up the crosstown, the new bridge, and went over the North Fork there, and that was neat. It's neat to be able to go across there and understand what I'm looking at. I've been across there many times and never realized what I was crossing. But I did it early. There was no traffic. I had Google Maps in my hand. I was watching what I was doing. But no, it was good. And then dump right out. I can't believe Norfolk is right there on Federal Highway. I mean, I just never realized it. So that was good. Thank you, Port St. Lucie, for hosting it. It's great to be here. It's great to be in the area and learn a little bit more, have the opportunity to learn a little bit more about the area. Mr. Perry, Ms. Caruso, I appreciate EVCO, Everglades Coalition. It's neat for the whole district. The whole board got to be there. I enjoyed the presentations. Enjoyed meeting. I met a lot of people there and heard a lot of backgrounds, and that was a neat opportunity to be in Captiva and get to hear all the different things and the insights into what's going on in America's Everglades. With that, it's important for the district to continue to participate in these kind of things. I agree with the transparency initiative that we've undertaken, and I challenge the staff to keep looking for more ways to engage and communicate. Doing a good job now, but I challenge you to keep looking for more ways. Getting out with all our stakeholders. I think it's a very important aspect. Human nature. There is fear in the unknown. And we talked a little bit about it, and whether it be water shortage things yesterday, but it's trying to keep getting this information out, and in a changing world of how we deliver information. Got to take a trip with Congressman Stubbe, looking at some of the Northern Everglades projects. That was my first flight on the district helicopter. That's a great way to see what's going on, and I know that Congressman Stubbe, he got off with a smile. There were a lot of buzzers out that day. We made 20 maneuvers to avoid hitting a buzzer. We had the congressman in the front seat, so he was helping to point out. But no, that was great, and I appreciate Congressman Stubbe taking that time, and he's certainly a partner that we can count on. I'm also encouraged for the recent push for additional federal funding. And I appreciate Congressman Mast and our state leadership in pushing for that and on working on some of these restoration projects. Again, we've heard a lot of discussion here in public comment, looking at opportunities for more storage. Rainy day like today, farmers, we like the rain. This is a good day. This is a good day. But it would sure be nice to have some additional storage that we could capture, keep this water on the land, and have it available for future uses, and hydrate and provide the environmental things that it provides. So we've got some projects that we've got teed up. We've just got some things we need to do, and I really encourage us to keep pushing for more storage projects. We've got some things teed up, but we've got to keep the pipeline full. So that's my comments.
Mr. Martinez.
First of all, thank you to all the folks at Port St. Lucie. You really do have a beautiful city. I have spent many weekends here for the last 15 years or so, bringing my daughters up for soccer tournaments. So I know your city very well, and you've done a great job in the planning of it. So congratulations. Thank you to Mr. Perry for inviting us to EFCO. It was a great weekend, educational and fun at the same time. So thank you. You all do a great job with that. Thank you to Audubon, Celeste, taking me on a boat ride last month at Florida Bay. I've been in it many times, but somehow or another Audubon has access to places I had never been able to go before. So that was really cool. And also thank you to the folks at U.S. Sugar who had me over to their place and showed me their operations and how they do things. So I really appreciate them as well. And last, Mr. Chairman, as we have made our way around from the east and the west this year, I just want to tell you, my folks down in Dade County are not feeling the love. So we
You're busy right now.
We are looking to have the board over during the year. I think we have something down in the Keys maybe in June, and maybe we can do one in Miami Beach later on in the year, November.
You're here, Charlie.
Not sure Miami Beach is going to survive this weekend, but if it does.
That's how it is every weekend.
The idea of having a meeting Friday, Saturday in Miami Beach, I'm not sure. It'll be fun. I'm not sure we're going to get any work done, Mr. Chairman, but it'll be a lot of fun. So
thank you for the invitation.
That's my comment.
Colonel Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the City of Port St. Lucie for hosting us. And it's always a pleasure for me to be out in the field. And I think these rotating meetings out among the stakeholders is just a great idea, and I always look forward to getting out of West Palm Beach and actually meeting folks and seeing the areas that you actually live in and your concerns and being on the ground. And I look forward to taking Mike Connor's invitation to go out to the Indian River and to discuss those issues. Thank you for that. And also, I enjoyed the Everglades Coalition Conference very, very much, and that gave me some time, and probably the other board members would probably agree, to be one-on-one and be informal and really just have some conversations about these important issues. So thank you very much.
Vice Chair Wagner.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm always emboldened, I'm always taken aback by how many people come to our meetings, how many people take time out of the day. Here we are on a Saturday morning in Port St. Lucie. It's raining outside, and we've got 100 people in this room. What it tells you is how passionate people are about what's going on with our issues, how important it is to all of them. I'm always really, really impressed with the level of knowledge that everybody has, not only from our staff, who's incredible, but also to the people who are stakeholders and have an interest and take an interest in what we're doing. These things matter to you, but also all of you are deeply educated on these issues, have lived and are able to give us, some serious real-world context take into account when we make our decisions. And I've always been very impressed by that. So thank you all for coming out. Thank you for hosting us, Port St. Lucie. I did have an opportunity not only to visit U.S. Sugar, which I was very thankful for, but also to visit Florida Crystals and to learn more deeply about how they operate on a day-to-day basis, what they're doing in their current situations, and how they're adapting to different measures to take, certain steps and efforts to, operate their business in a responsible way. I was thoroughly blown away by the operation at Florida Crystals in terms of how efficient they were in their operation. I really was. They are using there are things you don't know until you really go and see what everybody's doing on a daily basis. I think they recently invested about $110 million into a plant that, not a vegetable plant, but into a physical manufacturing plant that turns some of the excess of the cane into biodegradable plates and shells and whatnot. It was very eye-opening and informative to go. And so all these trips and these junkets that we make out to people who are stakeholders in the region are important to get to know more deeply the stakeholders and what they're doing. And I would encourage the rest of the board members to take an opportunity to do it. And also the EVCO conference was great, and a real opportunity to get to know people better and have a better opportunity to listen really to what's going on in people's lives and what they care about. So thank you.
Mr. Olepich?
Thank you very much. There are many things to be thankful for and mention, but I'm just going to mention a few. And first and foremost, I just want to say how wonderful it has been for me, how proud I am of the Treasure Coast community the past couple of days coming up and speaking to our board, all elected officials on every level. Thank you so much. And what I sense as a former teacher is the pride and how excited everybody is to share what they've done to try to make things better. They want to tell you what they've done. Look what I've done. And that is wonderful. And that is the culture that has come out of this difficult past 10 years and is spreading. So that's a wonderful thing. The second thing I wanted to mention was just thank you to staff for yesterday's workshop and to my fellow board members. It was incredibly educational. I felt like the consumptive use permit was something that I needed a special education on. And I have to say that the thing that stuck out in my mind was the water shortage presentation at the end. And just, being honest here, noting that, the overall culture of the South Florida Water Management District is still what it's been since 1947, and that is that we're always worried about water supply, and we should be worried about water supply. We're always looking at the map of this and Lake Okeechobee and where it is, and I can tell you that in my year of being here, I have so enjoyed going around. My favorite so far has been the cattle ranches, meeting these wonderful families and seeing what they do, the oldest business basically in the state of Florida, and the wonderful wildlife that gets to stay on their lands, thank God, before we develop it all. But we are here today because the estuaries have not had a voice since 1948. But we've fought, and times are changing, and now we have a voice. Because in the old days, when I grew up here, nothing was here in Port St. Lucie. Nothing, basically. It was all just fields, ranches. There was a little bit of development, but very, very little. So obviously, times have changed. And I think that it is time that we do have a chart that also takes into account what the percentage is that the St. Lucie River gets slammed or the Caloosahatchee River gets slammed. And Mr. Wagner yesterday was helping ameliorate that conversation, which was good. But the bottom line is there is no department that does that. There is nobody. It's scattered about, and yes, Mr. Mitnick looks at it, but it is not something we are discussing all the time. Well, we are here, and times have changed, and we must be balanced, and we must be fair, and we will be. But we must also have things, charts, visuals that talk about the East and West Coast and the percentage of the possibility that they will be damaged, because human health matters, and it's a new day. It's not 1948. And the last thing I want to say is I hope you got your email from Dr. Gary Goforth and my brother Todd Thurlow, who is here today, the second batch of visuals. And again, making communication simple. Like our workshop was awesome, but you guys, we got to talk, and gals, we have to talk to the public. We have to talk to the people. It's wonderful that we're so erudite, but if the people that we serve can't understand us, we shall fail. So please, let's help implement these easy ways to communicate. And I am so excited to be here today. Drew Bartlett was really the reason that we came here to Port St. Lucie, and Drew's doing a great job, as staff is. Thank you for trying to make us all feel like we count.
Mr. Steinle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you also to staff and local community for coming out on a Saturday. Two items. I want to recognize and appreciate Palm Beach County commissioners who are working on, as you might have heard, a bond offering to support projects. The amount is about $150 million to support projects that focus on public access, water quality, water storage, and in essence, components of the Loxahatchee project, components of Lake Worth Lagoon support, as well as Lake Okeechobee restoration projects. So we appreciate, obviously, local partners who we can work with, who not only bring solutions to the table, but funding as well, obviously very important. The other thing that I've commented on a number of times is innovative technologies. As everybody knows, DEP has a budget to support innovative technologies. District will be working with DEP to communicate those opportunities to the public very soon. I am a strong believer, and I hope we do more to help unleash private innovation to all of these projects, and do what we need to do to incentivize private industry to come up with solutions, obviously with the proper guidelines. But I'm confident that these solutions will be much more efficient, much more cost-effective than government implementation. So while we have budgets, modest budgets to help test and showcase technologies, we need larger incentive programs, longer termed, to bring the private industry to the table in partnership with local, federal, and state governments to create better solutions and more cost-effective solutions that in the end will be more favorable to taxpayers. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Steinle. A couple things, thanks to the City of Port St. Lucie, and Colonel Roman, I agree with you. I think rotating these, I know it's difficult on staff, and I appreciate all the extra work you put in, but it's really important for us as governing board members to be able to go out into different communities and hear from different stakeholders in their own backyards rather than making them travel all the way over to Palm Beach. So I really appreciate the effort that goes into this, and I think it's really important, and we are going to continue it. And yes, we'll get to Miami eventually. I want to thank Senator Rubio and Senator Scott for their request for $250 million from the federal government. That's something, I live in that federal budget world, and I really appreciate their support for it, as well as Congressman Mass pushing for it. The more money we get out of Washington, the easier it makes it for Tallahassee. I'd like to congratulate everyone who took part in the Python Bowl. It was a great event. I don't know exactly how many pythons we took out of the Everglades. I think it was 80-ish. And that's phenomenal to be able to do that. And I thank our partnership with FWC for making that happen. I had the chance to go in Naples and talk about coastal resiliency a little bit with our new employee, Dr. Moran, and with Dr. Julia Neshwat, who's the state resilience officer, and it was a really good meeting, two really good meetings, and I'd encourage Lee County and some of our other Southwest counties to get involved in that coastal compact that they're looking at. Southeast Florida has done a very good job of it. I know the Tampa Bay area is doing it. Northeast Florida is working on it. So I would encourage my hometown in Southwest Florida to pursue that. We've got some great minds working on it, and it's a real issue we got to deal with. And as a guy who lives at about 4 feet above sea level, it's on my mind a lot. This week, I think in the Senate, we've got Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Butler and Mr. Bartlett. We're all going to be up for nomination for confirmation. So I would encourage our senators to act favorably on that. I can speak, having worked with Mr. Bergeron and Mr. Butler for the last couple months. They're phenomenal board members, and having worked with Mr. Bartlett for almost the last year, he is an incredible executive director, and we're really lucky to have him. So I would encourage their prompt action on that. And now we'll go to public comment on the consent agenda.
Okay, we have two, Mark Perry, followed by Matt Pierce.
Governing Board, just a quick comment on item 12, which is the cattle grazing lease, particularly on the, I just am glad to say that, this is part of the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project footprint, and it's important, as I've said before at other meetings, about the leasing of these lands, which are designated for restoration, part of the projects, that we have those limited lease agreements that have the caveat to be able, if we're ready to start those restoration, we can always move out of that lease and into restoration more quickly. But I'm really pleased to see that the lease prohibits, the application of fertilizer and requires that the owners, the lessee, put in best management practices and requires that, and to keep cattle out of the troughs and out of the streams and so forth, and the low density in the cattle grazing. So it's very imperative that whenever the state and we lease these lands over for these purposes in the interim time, and it's a good thing, but make sure that we don't add more nutrients and inbounds to the system and to those properties as we move forward. So that was my only comment on that. I think it's a good recommendation from staff going forward. Thanks.
Good morning, Board. Matt Pierce, Florida Cattlemen Association. I'd like to echo what the gentleman just said there about the cattle grazing lease. First of all, I'd thank you for considering these grazing leases, because I think they're a tool, as science shows, to manage the land. I know several of y'all have been on cattle ranches, private cattle ranches, and I'd encourage you to go with your land managers and tour the district property, because when we talk about BMPs, the district has an elevated BMP program, which is different than FDACs. It's similar, but there's more stringent protocol. So you get into fertilizer, and you're not allowed to fertilize the district lands. So that's different than private lands, because you can when you take fertilizer samples and do your BMPs. It's like Ms. Jackie said, 500 years of cattle grazing. That's been going on. That's a tool that the state of Florida has used. Cattle were in Florida before they ever were anywhere in the United States when Ponce de Leon brought them across. So I would encourage the district to use these grazing leases as a tool, use cattle as a tool. But I like the wording, the low intensity, the 1 to 6, one cow to every 6 acres. In the private sector, that's hard to do because you have to be a little bit more intense, but you're really using some good land. I like the part where you put in there to enhance and create wildlife habitat. So I guess what I'm saying is what we've been trying to do as the association and cattlemen is promote these things that you're putting into place now that you're seeing the benefit of, because those are all the things that are positive in this grazing lease. Consider this, the tax base on rural counties like Glades and Okeechobee, that property stays on the tax base, so the county's getting the revenue. It may not mean as much to Martin County that has a higher tax base, but still it's the principle. So if it's public use, there's no taxes being paid on it. It comes off the tax rolls. But if it's grazing and used as a tool, that's just one more benefit that I don't think people consider. I know there's somebody in here that's probably got a maintenance budget on all the district properties. I would hit the target that it's probably $75 to $80 an acre, and I could be wrong. But if I am, I don't mind being corrected, but take that in consideration, because you're not paying $75 to $80 an acre on these grazing leases, and that totals up to a lot of money that you would have to go back and refigure your budget and probably increase your taxes to maintain this land. So that burden is on the lessee, the person that's on the property. So think about this, the security and the liability, all the district's property you're liable for. We talked about the levees and stuff and someone getting killed by random fire. What if you don't have somebody like myself that has a grazing lease with the district in Fort Pierce, St. Lucie County, that's on the property once every other day or once every week? You'll have garbage dumped on there. You'll have people trespassing. So that's part of it, liability and security. What I would encourage you to do is take an inventory of your land and let's look at some other grazing leases that could be done. Y'all have seen the care that the ranchers take for it. That does a couple things. It lowers your maintenance cost and it increases your tax base in your county. And really, this is a good story. It's a good PR event because when you go out, like you said, Ms. Jackie, and you see the wildlife that's on the ranches, that's what we're all in here for. So I appreciate that. One other thing is I know you get concerned about it going into an agreement and then what happens if there's a project. It's a conservation. I would still challenge you that there should be cattle on the Kissimmee River until we turn the first shovel. Because if you go by there and look at it today, it's not what it looks like. And Ben grew up there and so did I. That's not what it used to look like in the years. And that's what we want to get it back to. But with a 6-month termination, if you went to a cattle owner and said, hey, we want you to move in 30 days, he could do it. Now, you can't do that with farming, with some other intensive ag use, but you can do it with cattle. And if that's the understanding up front, then that's your termination. But I've dealt with the district for 25 years or so in a positive way to find out more grazing leases to help with the wording on the leases, and it's very rigorous. It's a two-way street. It's not just for the district and it's not just for the lessee, because the lessee can get out of the contract too. But that should satisfy some folks that think that we can't take conservation land and do leases, short-term leases as a management. So I commend you on what you're doing. I thank you, and we appreciate the rain too.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce, for your perspective on that. I appreciate it. Is there any more? Okay, we're going to go to consent agenda for the board. Is there any board member who'd like to move the consent agenda to discussion?
I would, Chair, please.
What number?
I would like to move, is it? What number?
Number 18?
Yes, number 18, Okeechobee Airport Conservation Easement Release. I have spoken with Chairman Burrows this morning from Okeechobee County, so he's aware. And could we please move that to item 28?
Yes.
And the reason for that is just that for me, and I think for many, the word conservation easement is something to take very seriously and to understand if there are possible changes. Thank you.
Is there any other board member who'd like to move?
No, I concur with Jackie. I think we should move that.
18 has been moved. We can move it wherever, but let's take it up after. We're going to move it before technical, I think, since we have people from out of town here. We're not that far out of town, but somewhat out of town. Okay, so we've moved one. Is there any? If there are no others, I'd entertain a motion on the consent agenda minus 18.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board?
Mr. Chairman, just two quick clarifications. Where's Stephen? Oh, there. Stephen, just to clarify, and I know you sent me the email on item number 17 on the temporary construction easement, that they do provide a bond to the city. The contractor will have. So we'll have something to go back to if for some reason it's not restored, correct? And then number 2, Mr. Chairman, on number 22, John, also, that I want to make sure for that change order, that even though you don't have to come back and get our approval so that we can keep that project going, that you will, if at any time the same trigger that would have applied for you to come to us, that trigger would at least just provide for us an information on our package that month.
Absolutely, sir. Actually, I'll do you one better. In your board backup material every month, we'll include a one-page project update for the overall status of how it's progressing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Details.
Thank you. For the record, the first question was answered in the affirmative by the staff. If there's no further discussion, I'll entertain a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. Thank you. Those pass. And now we'll move to, let's go to 18 now, if everyone's ready. Is that all right? Okay. Jackie, I'll let you start off.
Okay, I'm just going to keep this short. As I already said, a conservation easement, to me, has a sacred ring to it. And over the years, I've had to understand that in the world of reality, it's not as sacred as I thought it was. And they can be changed or moved or whatever. But at the same time, and I'm thinking of it in terms of wildlife. You know, I'm like, gosh, you know, like you have these areas in their conservation easement, and even that little teeny town of Souls Point, you know, we had lots of fights over where the easements, the conservation easements would be and how they should be placed, because you've got to leave something for the animals, for God's sake, you know? And so I would like to please ask Mr. Burrows to come forward, and Chair Burrows from Okeechobee, and just to kind of explain the story of why this is quote unquote necessary, and then decisions will be made.
Chairman Burrows? Thank you for being here.
Not a problem. Thank you, Jackie. First of all, I have to apologize for calling you on your vacation in Spain. That was pretty good.
That's okay. It was fun talking to you when I was on the corner of a streetcar.
Well, I'm well known for not allowing stones to be not unturned, so I was going to run you down one way or the other. So, as we discussed previously, is that this particular conservation easement was placed on our airport property as an exchange with a previous Board of County Commissioners and a previous South Florida Water Management Board. And they exchanged the property and placed this conservation easement on it. Unfortunately, they never did talk to the FAA. And when the FAA found out that we had a conservation easement on the airport property, they suggested quite heavily that we would not receive any further grants, and they would not approve our airport master plan. So when I got back on the board, or when I got on the board probably a couple years ago, 4 years ago, a couple years ago, it's passed real quickly, we found out that we tried to work through this whole process. We found out if we wanted to remove this conservation easement, we had to go to a mitigation bank, and I think there's about 54 acres or so that we're trying to remove. With that, one of our commissioners, Commissioner Goodbread, has been so kind to work with the mitigation bank now, and we worked out an opportunity with them that we have to complete by, I think it's 1st of March or mid-March, I don't remember the exact date, at a tune of a little less than $500,000, about $471,000 of taxpayers' money that we're going to have to buy these credits in the mitigation bank in order for us to move forward, put our master plan in place for the economic development of this airport. And you ask, what's so important about the economic development of the airport? Well, I think Matt just talked a little bit about it. We're a physically constrained county. We're sitting at 8 mills today as we speak. So that says we only got about 2 mills in terms of our tax base that we have any flexibility. So economic development in Okeechobee County or any physically constrained county, and I will pause for a second and say I am the chairman of the Florida Heartland Economic Region of Opportunity, which is the 6 counties plus Belle Glade, Pahokee, South Bay, and Immokalee. I'm the chairman of that economic development organization, which is called a Rural Area of Opportunity in the state of Florida. So we understand economic development is a tool that's going to help us in the future by bringing in new industry into a community, which our average wage is about $31,000 a year. So we're trying to improve that average wage, but also maintain our people in our community, our young people, because we have a lot of them that leave for better places. I'm one. But I come back. And I'm here in front of you today to request that you highly consider that to allow us to move forward with this mitigation bank in order for us to provide economic vitality to Okeechobee County via our airport. Questions?
Are there any questions for Chairman Burrow? Steinle?
Yes, thanks. It's my understanding, I just want to confirm, that this is predominantly a safety issue. It was requested by FAA based on the proximity to the landing strips, I would assume, that this be addressed. And this is not specific to you, but just a general FAA guideline or requirement in terms of the proximity of wetland, wildlife attractant areas. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Is this is a bird issue, right? I mean, you have birds in the easement area, and planes taking off relatively close to these birds, and so.
I would think this is a bird issue. Adam would. I have a number of people behind me. Obviously, I didn't know that. See,
For the record, they are lining up.
well,
Not sure who's left in Okeechobee County right now.
Well, you said, one thing about it is that when we bring people because we're passionate about getting this thing completed. And so I'm going to step aside for a second and let some of these other folks. I think Commissioner Goodbread is behind me, if I'm not mistaken.
He is?
Okay.
We'd love to hear from you, Commissioner Goodbread.
Thank you. My name is Brad Goodbread. I'm a county commissioner in Okeechobee, but I'm also a pilot, and I have a plane at the airport. And the last thing you want at the end of a runway is a bird rookery. And just like Mr. Butler told you how they were dodging the buzzards. Well, when you're taking off and my plane's a smaller plane, but these larger planes that are taking off that airport and they're rotating at 100 miles an hour, then you run into a big group of birds. And not only that, it's coyotes, deer. They really don't mix well with aviation, and it is a big safety issue. And as a county commissioner, I'm also here for the economic development of our county, but I also am standing here as a pilot saying it is a severe safety issue. And like I said, the last thing you need at the end of your runway is a bird rookery flying through that. It's an extreme danger. Thank you.
Thank you. If you could introduce yourself.
My name's Adam Hyde. I am the Airport and Industrial Park Manager for Okeechobee County. I also have with me Mr. Walt Esser. He is he's from Environmental Resources Solutions as our engineering consultant for this project to mitigate the conservation easement at the airport. And to answer the question of birds in a little bit more detail, it's not so much whether there are birds in the wetland that underlies our conservation easement that exist. If there are, and they present a hazard to air navigation, then we'd be able to record that. The issue is we have the conservation easement over that wetland, and it could, in the future, create a hazard to air navigation. So right now, I don't have a record of actual bird strikes, but if I did, I'd be able to go to the FAA and apply for a grant to mitigate the wetlands underneath there after this conservation easement is removed through funding directly from the county. Does that make sense?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Yes. I guess, I don't know if this would be to you or Mr. Burrow, whoever. This is also, very important. As soon as I see any kind of removal of a conservation easement, obviously it's a big red flag. And as I read through my package, there was two very distinct sentences, and I wanted to make sure that I clear and that you confirm. And that is, number one, it says the property will remain in the ownership of the Okeechobee County Airport. Is that correct?
That is correct, and actually with the proximity it is to the runway 1432, we wouldn't be able to sell it or release it to anyone as it is.
Okay. Okay, I want to be very, very clear about that. And then the second one is, which I guess we've talked about, and that is, without the removal of the conservation easement, the FAA will not approve or grant any funding assistance for any future improvements. Is that correct?
That is correct. Our goal is really to support the growth of the aviation demand into Okeechobee County. So,
which I fully support, by the way.
yes, and to do that, we actually have to have a completed master plan and airport layout plan. And for us to complete the one we have underway now, it has to be approved by the FAA, and they will not approve it until the conservation easement is released. And I spoke to him yesterday about it as well, just to let you know.
Mr. Steinle?
Well, I think that makes it clearer. So the FAA will not approve your plans because currently that mitigation site is not in compliance with what, or within the regulatory framework of what they design.
That is correct.
For safety purposes. Okay.
Yes, that's correct. It's out of compliance with several grant assurances and several FAA advisory circulars, and I think one FAA order.
Okay.
Is that your only impediment at this point? For instance, if this thing goes forward and we do remove the conservation easement, are you now effectively green lighted?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Steinle? Mr. Lipich?
Follow up, and I bet I'm going to say what you're about to say.
No, go ahead.
But thank you for pulling. So we have, obviously, in the audience, too, a representative of a similar request for the Orlando airport. And I think the dynamics are a little bit different, but I think, well, I'll speak for myself. My understanding is that it's been a practice when these conservation easements come up by previous boards that they're typically released. It does not seem like we have a formal or a policy for assessing the economic and environmental impacts of releasing these easements. So I think in this case, I have confidence that this is a safety issue, which drives a legitimate release of a conservation easement. But I think a follow-up to the broader conversation on easement releases, conservation releases, is should the district or can the district have a policy to better assess the environmental impacts and the economic impacts of those releases?
Yeah, I think ultimately it's up to the governing board, but it would be nice to have some parameters. Mr. Lipich?
Thank you for being here. Is there somebody who could briefly talk about, the exchange? I mean, you're going to have to spend a lot of money to have to mitigate. That word always kind of freaks me out because it seems misleading. Is it really? Do you get what is traded? What will? That's a lot of money, but. Like I heard it might be in Martin County, which was really interesting to me. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not true, but what will the mitigation itself entail, and how is that determined? And is it really equal?
I can turn that over to Mr. Walt Esser.
Question.
Good morning. My name is Walt Esser. I'm with Environmental Resource Solutions. I'm an environmental scientist and also an FAA qualified airport wildlife biologist.
Cool.
Does this work?
No.
I don't know. Okay, there we go. I don't know what button I pressed. Okay. So, as you can see, the conservation easements that were recorded are recorded. Golly, I'm having issues here. What direction do I need to press the button? Sorry. Yeah, sorry. All right. So as you can see, the conservation easements are required directly adjacent to runways 23 and 32. You raised the point of ensuring that we are replacing the ecological value with the ecological value assigned to the conservation easements. That's the goal here, is to juxtapose the economic development alongside the insurance that no ecological loss is experienced within the basin. In 2007, the draft airport layout plan was submitted to the FAA. The FAA declined the draft layout plan, stating that without the removal of the conservation easements, they will not be able to release any funding for future airport development. They cited several different advisory circulars and grant assurances, all of which referenced the conservation easements placed on Okeechobee-owned property.
If I may, I think the question at hand is, what are we getting in return for the release?
Yeah.
I don't mean to
No.
totally.
So we worked with South Florida Water Management District staff to determine that the ecological value associated with the placement of the conservation easement over the wetlands equal 3.25 RAP credits. These credits will be purchased in basin at the Bluefield Ranch Mitigation Bank to ensure that no net ecological loss is experienced.
What is RAP?
RAP is a Wetland Rapid Assessment Procedure. It's a way of quantifying wetland impacts.
Okay, for the neophyte here, what does a 3.25 RAP credit mean?
So the mitigation bank provides credits by enhancing, preserving, and restoring habitat, natural habitat. So they generate X number of credits based on these activities that they do in basin. So, go ahead.
What is it? What is a credit? I'm sorry, I'm still trying to wrap my.
Yeah.
You're using something I've never heard of. So 3.25 equals what?
Okay, so if
That's a pretty specific number, and I just don't know what
Yes, sir.
to
So
equate it to.
mitigation banks, when they're permitted, they have, say you have 100 acres of property. Now you say to this property, I'm going to enhance it in this way, I'm going to preserve it in this way. Now South Florida Water Management District meets with environmental consultants like myself, and they determine an ecological value associated with that improvement. So say on this 100-acre bank, you're granted 10 acres of credit. So now, if on your impact site, if they say you're impacting 3 acres, that equates to 1 credit. Now I go to the mitigation bank in basin, buy 1 credit of mitigation bank credits, and it offsets the impacts on my site.
I think what we're looking for, so that's a monetary payment into a bank.
Correct.
Who then is going to effectively use that money to improve some other piece of land somewhere else with an environmental benefit.
Correct. Yes, sir.
I think what, if I may, and I don't mean to be putting words in anybody's mouth, but I think the question is, do you have, when you pay the $400 and something thousand into the mitigation bank to achieve this net balance for the release of the conservation easement, is there a specific earmarked project that is already defined as to what is going to be done? Or is that something that the bank, the mitigation bank itself, has discretion as to do some sort of project in the future?
So the mitigation bank, in their plan, they detailed all the improvements that they're performing on these sites. So the money that goes towards that is for the improvement of the site, which is in basin. For example, the mitigation bank at Bluefield is 2,600 acres of improved habitat.
This goes into their sort of general operating account for the
Correct. Yes, sir.
improvement of those particular, okay.
Ms. Smith?
Yeah, sorry. So the Water Management District issues the permits to the mitigation banks, and the restoration has to happen up front before they can release those credits. So when they're paying into this, it's work that has already been done to enhance those wetlands.
And were you overseeing the mitigation bank to ensure they're?
Yes, mitigation banks are monitored yearly, and site visits occur to ensure that the success parameters are being met. So, yeah.
The only question I have, the only last thing I would make is that when you, this is not necessarily for you, but for staff, I guess what I heard was that the conservation easement was initially, it's 20 years ago, right, but set directly next to runways, which I don't know if, this is the right way to do it, but it did not sound to me like this is the best spot for a conservation easement. I mean, not only because birds may fly into planes, but also because it sounds like a noisy area. You hear things like deer. I'm assuming that they don't necessarily love airplanes taking off next to them at a moment's notice. So, from an outset standpoint, so we don't, because I think we're having a discussion about a reluctance to release an easement once it's there. And I guess the question is, if that's going to be a hard onus for people, we need to take a fresh look or a better look possibly at where we put these conservation easements at the outset so that we're not in a situation where people are coming back to us going, we did a conservation easement and we've kind of put it in the worst possible area. Now we need to get it removed, and it's really hard to get it removed. So that I think we need to
Absolutely
have
agree.
something moving forward in
This
that
is
respect.
not a conservation easement that we would accept today.
Yeah.
That's actually very helpful, thank you. Mr. Olepich?
So the mitigation bank, is that a private industry? Is that a public industry? Is that part of South Florida Water Management District? Who are they? And can they go bankrupt?
It is a private industry. It's a private company that owns the land, and we permit, we regulate them.
Are they bonded? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and just to qualify too, so when I was first asking about this, I was going, so like if they take a conservation easement out of a county, are they replacing it in the same county? But I'm realizing that's the incorrect thinking. It's the basin.
Correct.
Is that correct? So, and this is of course within the basin, so it doesn't have to be the same county, it just has to be the same water basin.
Yes, ma'am, and those boundaries are demarcated by South Florida Water Management District.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Great, thank you very much. Mr. Butler?
Yep, just a comment. I completely agree on conservation easements. When I hear release of conservation easements,
Yeah.
they're put in perpetuity. In this case, this is the reason that this comes before the board. It is a special exception. And I'll call your attention to the packet, page 57, page 58, the letter, yellow letter from the FAA, that final paragraph. FAA instructs South Florida Water Management to find somewhere else to move the conservation easement to.
Very good to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I think this brings up a good point for us, Drew. The mitigation credits and the mitigation banks are something that has been used for many years. Developers use it anytime they impact wetlands. That's how we are allowed to, and when we get our ERPs. And so, Drew, I think it's a good lunch and learn to have to go through the whole mitigation and how the credits are and that whole thing for all of us.
I agree. It's important to do. So, because it can be a mystery unless, and I've had staff, it's somewhat new to me, and I've had staff walk through actual spreadsheets, and this is how you do it and everything, and that's immensely helpful, and it would be very helpful for this board.
Board have any more questions? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Chairman, excuse me, I'm sorry. We have a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Joan Bosch.
Good morning. When I went home last night, I looked at the agenda, and it was fun to say, and I thought, conservation easement, wetlands, you're going to get rid of wetlands? This, to me, is pretty much heresy. So thank you for asking to have it taken off the consent agenda. And when I looked at the map, I just pulled up a map of the area of Okeechobee, and I learned where everything was. So I love the fact that I'm learning Florida geography here. Nubbin Slough and Taylor Creek are just to the northeast, and I had no idea where that was before. And Kissimmee River is off to the west. And the map that the gentleman showed to this morning, just now, I did not know where the wetland was. I assumed it was that little triangle where all the greenery was. So I didn't know where the wetland was actually located. So the questions that came to my mind immediately were, when did they need to do the expansion? And then I noticed that there was a lot of schools right around the airport. So I was a little confused as to why they would want to expand the airport. But now that I hear that the FAA has given them a hard time, I understand that part. I don't know whether they need to do their expansion immediately, but I know that I can understand how they want to get their plan in order so that when it comes time, they might be able to do that. But to me, I was just worried about wetlands being lost. And mitigation bank, I don't know too much about Bluefield's mitigation bank, but as long as it's in an area that is a wetland area, I have no problem with it, but we can't lose more wetlands. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Brad Goodbread again. I just wanted to address the lady's question. We're not wanting to expand the size of the airport. Like right now, and I'm sure Adam, our airport manager, could tell you, we can't even build another set of hangars. And he's got like a dozen people on a list for T hangars and a dozen people on a list of box hangars that we can't even build a hangar without having the FAA's okay our airport master plan. So we're not wanting to increase the size of it. We're wanting to develop the airport, and we can't do it. So that's, to answer the lady's question, that's the issue. It's developing the airport, not increasing the size of it.
Thank you, Commissioner. You were going to make a motion? Go ahead and make your motion, and we'll. I'm not sure we need to hear any more comment right now. If you say.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion for item 18.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to pass number 18. Any further discussion of the board? In that case, we'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously. Chairman.
Thank you for listening to us, and we appreciate your cooperation in this. And I'm sure the citizens of Okeechobee County has a high appreciation for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here today.
I echo that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bartlett.
So I just, the sort of the notion of a policy around conservation easement releases, and that's something I've been mulling on for a long time on this because the circumstances are coming up more frequently. I very much appreciate that this board had a conversation about it, and I think maybe that will need to happen a few more times because the circumstances are a little bit different every time we face it, before we start to really gel on how we think about these things. And so, I think maybe going forward, our practice is when they're large tracks, bigger tracks like this, bringing it forward on discussion just so we can continue to have this conversation, I think is the right way to approach it.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I appreciate what Ms. Smith said, that, if we were to look at that conservation easement today, we would not accept it, and that sort of suggests that.
That makes me feel a lot better to be in a situation where you're not going to have these things continue to cycle through. So I do think there's a resistance to release them. They're supposed to be there forever. But if they're ill-fated from the outset in terms of how we have approved them, it doesn't make, you're putting everybody into a situation that's untenable.
Thank you all for that discussion. Now we're going to move to technical reports, and Mr. Mitnick. We know you made it rain. Thank you.
All right. So last month, well, not last month, but December, when we last got together, you recall I had a birthday then. But if I'd have known you'd be giving me an eye test trying to read that screen back then, I'd have done something different. So forgive me if I rely on my iPad a little bit more than usual during this presentation.
You're getting older.
I know. So, start off with our usual bar charts. I did not ask staff to come in this morning and update all these charts for the rain. Mr. Goss, I saw you in the parking lot and you asked me if it changes the report. Yes, it does. But I did not ask staff to come in on a Saturday morning and update any of the graphics. So where they have changed, I'll try to point some of that out.
Soft in your old age, too.
Yeah. Not as hard, well, never mind. So we'll start there in the month of January. You can see it's still got that dotted line box around it, but here we are sitting there, it's February 1st. Just to give you an idea of how the month of January ended up. We ended up about only 40% of the rain that we usually get during the month of January as compared to the average. But when you take a look back at December, you can see we got well above our average rainfall for the month of December. So as we look forward in time as we look back through the entire dry season, you can see this graphic was also not updated, so it had been showing slightly below average with some of the rain we just got in the last 24, maybe 36 hours, and are still continuing to get. I think that has bumped up closer to about average rainfall since last September, maybe in the high 80s, low 90s of rain that we've had so far. One thing I will draw your attention to is this basin right here, which is Conservation Area 3A. It has the area of the district that has received or has the largest deficit of rainfall so far since September. So just kind of keep that in your mind as I walk through the rest of my presentation and when Cassandra walks through her ecological reports, because you'll see that area is drying down. And water has been receding in Conservation Area 3A. And of course, that always leads to how much water is in 3A, dictates how much water goes into Everglades National Park, et cetera, all the way down to Florida Bay. So just kind of keep that in your head, that there's been a real deficit of rainfall in that part of the system since September.
If you had an EAA reservoir there, the one that we're trying to build, that would help you out in this situation?
So the thing about the EAA reservoir, it's additional storage. We all know we need additional storage, and you get that carryover storage. So all that excess water that may have been around last year that were dumped to tide could have been sitting in the reservoir right now that would have been moving down through the system right now. And it's that second year carryover is the really important thing. Yes, sir. So looking at the upper chain of lakes, we've talked about the enhancement project that's currently going on in East Lake Toho. So that lake is being drawn down. That's why all these lines are dipping pretty much. You can see it kind of bumped up there in January from some of the rains that we got earlier in the month of January, but now it's continuing down. It's right there at about just above 54 feet. As part of the enhancement in that drawdown project, it will go down to 53 feet. So it's got roughly another 1.25 foot, 1.33 to still keep going down before it gets down to the bottom where they like it to effectuate those enhancements around the lake. Lake Toho, just slightly below schedule. It's been sort of steady and level, not only because of the rain, but also from the water that we're moving out of East Lake Toho into Lake Toho. Looking at Lake Kissimmee over here, a similar trend, although you'll notice that February 1st, right there is when that line changes and it starts dropping down to what the next level down as part of the recession that usually happens this time of year in Lake Kissimmee. At the same time, the Corps of Engineers is currently doing construction along Lake Kissimmee, so we're trying to balance, I'm sorry, not Lake Kissimmee, but the Kissimmee River and the restoration work. So we're trying to balance those flows to facilitate their construction while still being able to facilitate the spring recession that usually happens in the upper chain of lakes, as well as that enhancement project. So it's a little bit of a juggling act. So we're working closely with the Corps of Engineers on a weekly or if not daily basis to be able to manage some of those flows down the river. Looking at Lake Okeechobee, right now, so we switched to doing this projection twice a month, whereas usually we only do it once a month, but now we've switched to do it twice a month. So this is the mid-month projection. Typically what everybody hones in on, and you saw this graphic yesterday in the water shortage presentation by Pete Kwiatkowski, is that June 1st day and the 50% line. So that's the 50% probability that you will be at or below that stage come June 1st. So that's roughly right around 12 feet. Drop down, and there's the 25% probability line just above 10.5, call it 10.7, somewhere in that neighborhood. Ms. Thurl-Lippisch, to address your question from earlier this morning in board comment, we do have graphics that show the percent probability of discharges to the estuaries. They are published now twice a month in the same document this graphic comes from. They used to be included in the water conditions report some time back, but for the sake of brevity and not me standing here for 2 hours just talking at everyone, they have come out. But I can certainly bring it back and show you what those chances are as we move forward over the next several months. If I looked at it this morning.
Those are those graphs that used to have the little pulsing for pulse?
No, it's actually a big shaded region. It shows the probability through time. If I look at it right now, on June 1st, there's about a 12% chance of regulatory discharges from Lake Okeechobee to the estuaries.
That would be so helpful. What year were they removed?
It's been within the last year and a half, I'd say.
Interesting.
No, sorry, 2.5 years.
Wow, it would be, I think it'd be very helpful and appreciated to have that. Thank you.
And again,
It's
like I
great that they're already done.
Yeah, like I said, they're published on our website in the exact same document that this graphic comes from, along with a whole myriad of other projections. Like I said, I could stay in here 2 hours going through it all.
You might not appreciate how public-friendly it is or is not.
So jumping to the southern portion of the system, looking at Conservation Area 1, it's sort of been steady. We haven't been, or I'm sorry, the Corps of Engineers has not been moving any water out of Area 1 down into Area 2 through the S10, so it's just been flat and level. Here shortly, guessing somewhere maybe in the next 2 weeks, it'll actually encounter the regulation schedule line, so you'd probably expect to see Conservation Area 1 start following that red line for a recession down through the rest of the dry season. Area 2 has also been receding. You can see some of the departure from the canal stage, which is that green line, for the actual stage in the Marsh, which is that blue line. It is above schedule, but that's okay for this time of year. We closely manage Area 2, and you can see typically it runs above schedule for the majority of the year, but sometimes the canal levels do drop below schedule as they did last year. However, we are, if the little laser dot will cooperate, we are moving water out of Area 2 right here around the corner and trying to put it in Area 3 over here. That is because, as I mentioned earlier, the conservation area is driving down and there's a rather substantial wading bird colony located right about there. It's one of the largest colonies that we have within the Everglades. In order to rehydrate this northeast portion of the conservation area, we're trying to move more water that way. We've also, in the last couple of weeks, started moving water from Lake Okeechobee down the Miami Canal through the A1 FEB and STA 3-4, and bringing it, we would like to bring it in through here. However, right now we're pumping it through the S8 pump station over here into the northwest corner. The reason for that is we've been curtailing some of the discharges or some of the water movement in this northeast corner because we have a construction project that's going on right there. We're installing a plug in the L38 canal. And due to some of the hard work in Sean's group over the last 2 or 3 days, they were able to put together a short video that we can share with you. So if Angie, if you could pull up that video, and then we'll come back to the presentation. How do we get it out of presentation mode?
Did I do that? No, what? Oh, yeah. This is not working out for me.
The district pays attention to the ecological needs of the Everglades. This plug, slowing down water that flows down the L38 West Canal, is in the very upper reaches of Water Conservation Area 3 and is near the largest Everglades wading bird colony. When this area stays hydrated for long periods, there can be as many as 200,000 birds and 60,000 nests. When this area gets too dry, the birds will not nest and the region becomes susceptible to peat fires. Over the next 2 years and with our partners at FWC, the district will evaluate this plug's success and see if we can hold water longer and deeper in these important wetlands.
Can you show on the map where that plug is and why it has that hydrologic effect?
Certainly. can you give me the laser pointer back? All right, so again, thanks to Sean's group for putting that together, and that was Dr. Fred Scalar, who's on our district staff. That was the voice that you heard on the video itself. So that wading bird colony is roughly right in this neighborhood of Conservation Area 3A. The plug that we're putting in is roughly right about there along the L38 canal as it runs down from paralleling this levee, which is the L38 levee, down through the water conservation areas. The idea being, again, is the water comes down the canal as it comes out of the structure that is up here, and that's this corner. Water will take the path of least resistance, so it'll just shoot down the canal during dry times because the canal is much lower than the marsh. During dry time, it's just going to shoot right straight down the canal. So the idea being, installing that plug will force the water back out into the marsh to come around the plug. And as Fred had mentioned in the video, we'll be monitoring that situation to see how effective that is in getting water to pull back up and pond back out over into the marsh and come down through the marsh as opposed to just mainlining it down the canal itself. So you'll probably be hearing more about that study and those investigations in the coming months and years ahead. Because it gets to and speaks to the overall restoration of the Everglades and how you want the sheet flow coming down through the conservation areas as opposed to the water just running straight down the canals. So then just looking again at Area 3, as I've mentioned a couple different times, it's been dry, especially in the northern portions of Area 3, and that's reflected in the overall schedule and where the levels within the conservation area are. So they're all below schedule right now at this point in time. Because they are all below schedule, unfortunately, the rainfall plan that dictates water moving from Area 3 down into Everglades National Park has been calling for zero flow for some time now. I think it was in our November board meeting when I first reported that out, that the rainfall plan was calling for zero water movement from Area 3 down into the park. So it's ever since then, it's continued to remain at zero. We have gotten some rains that have helped Area 3. However, when you get into Cassandra's report on the ecological conditions, she'll show you the drying that has occurred not only in 3, but also down in Everglades National Park. Those will show up in those brighter orange and yellowish colors and how things have been drying down. Having said that, that does not mean that we are not moving any water to Everglades National Park. We are moving about 250 CFS, cubic feet per second, from the through the S333 structure into the L29, over to the 334 structure, and then down around the corner down the South Day conveyance system so we can get it down here to Taylor Slough and put it in the headwaters of Taylor Slough. So we're trying to maintain Taylor Slough and keep water moving towards Taylor Slough. Again, when you look at Cassandra's graphics, you'll see that green spot light up, or that little tail coming down Taylor Slough, which is indicative of that water that we've been able to keep moving down Taylor Slough down to Florida Bay. So with that, moving on to how overall throughout the system water has moved, not only in the last month, but also the season to date, going all the way back to May 1st. In total of the roughly, we've had about 1.1 million acre feet of water move into Lake Okeechobee. Only about 20,000 acre feet have resulted from just this past month time frame, which was a slight uptick. We'll see what the end of January and this rainfall brings. This morning, you all got the email. Lake Okeechobee was at 12.85 feet, which is slightly higher than it was earlier in the week. I would anticipate that tomorrow morning your email will show it just a little bit higher, even more, from the rain bands that are moving across this morning. Here in the upper East Coast, you can see there's been in total since May about 52,000 acre feet of water that have moved out to the Fort Pierce area up there, and overall down the North Fork, South Fork, and other tributaries to the St. Lucie River. About 183,000 acre feet of water have run off the land, being discharged to the estuary itself. Looking at the southern portion of the system, for the Lake Worth Lagoon, we continue to be at zero. No water is moved from Lake Okeechobee and discharged to the Lake Worth Lagoon. But they have also, as we all know, have been receiving a fair amount of runoff from the rains that were earlier this season. In total, if I can find the row right there, there's been about 1.7 million acre feet of water that have run off the lower East Coast and being discharged to the Intercoastal Waterway and to Tide. And that will run all the way from up there at Jupiter and the Loxahatchee Inlet all the way down to Miami-Dade County down here. As I had said, Area 3 has been drying down, so the movement of water into Area 3 has only been about from Area 3 down into the park has only been about that 100,000 acre feet. But that is coupled with the 500,000 acre feet. I'm sorry, I'm reading that wrong. In the past month, there's only been 100 acre feet that have moved from 3A into Northeast Shark River Slough, whereas there have been 500 acre feet in the past month that have been moved over towards Taylor Slough. So you can see that emphasis of being able to get water to Taylor Slough and get it down into Florida Bay to help some of the conditions that are down in Florida Bay. And
could you please go back?
certainly.
Could you just talk about, because I'm always trying to understand this dynamic, because for me, in my training anyway, the goal is to send more water south. And so you have the complexity or whatever that the EAA is located right there underneath the lake. And of course, they are due by law their water supply. So how much water is going to go over, to them? How much water that runs off their lands is from rain? How much of it, what happens in that very important part of the system that's really kind of, I hope in the future we can work more to be able to do more in that area together, Why, there's no reason we can't do more together if we put our minds to it, But like you have the number, it's hard to see, it's light gray for the EAA runoff, 655.
Yes. So, and looking at this table on the side, and like I said, I'm going to cheat and use my iPad here. Looking at the table on the side, you can see all the different eras and how water is moving around. So coming out of Lake Okeechobee, the total releases that have come out of Lake Okeechobee since May 1st is just short of 390,000 acre feet of water. How much of that has been lake delivery for irrigation is about 320,000 acre feet. When we look at the overall regulation schedule for Lake Okeechobee, which you're very familiar with, it has those two decision trees that talk about when to send water to the estuaries and when to send water to the conservation areas. In January, that sort of flipped, in the sense that in January, the schedule started calling for sending that water south, whereas prior to that, for a couple of the weeks, it had been calling for no water being sent from the lake down to the south, down to the conservation areas. So that flipped in January, and that's why I mentioned we're starting to move that water from Lake Okeechobee down through the Miami Canal into the STA 3-4 and down into the Everglades. In looking, so that's why there's the disproportionate amount. If you're just looking at numbers overall of this, move over, this 54,000 acre feet of water left the lake, and that 47,000 acre feet was for irrigation supply. You'll start to see the amount of water that is in addition to that irrigation supply moving down into the Everglades increase, because the schedule is now telling you to start sending that water south.
Can you do both at the same time, or is it one or the other?
Physically, absolutely, you can do both at the same time.
You can.
It's looking at the overall system and looking at the competing needs of that system, which we've talked about numerous times. One of the things in the southern portion of the system, you've all heard of the Combined Operating Plan, COP. Today, if COP was in place, it would not be saying send zero. It would have you sending water out of 3A into the park. So that's one of the things that we need to get fixed and will be fixed later this year as soon as COP is authorized. And that situation will change, and we'll keep on moving and continue that flow of water out of 3A down into the park. And it'll be an improvement over the current schedule that is in place.
Thanks.
Which is governed by the rainfall plan?
Which is governed by the rainfall plan, yes, sir. So looking at rainfall for the months to come, right now the Climate Prediction Center is calling for just slightly above average rain for the month of February. We'll see how it plays out, and then equal chances from February to April. But also, encouragingly enough, there is a slightly above average chance of rainfall for the rest of the dry season. When I stood before you back in December, this was what the U.S. Drought Monitor looked like for Florida. Obviously, here we are today at the end of January. It's improved some, but again, I'll focus you in on this area down here in the park, and on here it's just Miami-Dade and Broward counties, but that's Conservation Area 3A and how it's received that deficit of rainfall. So this graphic is a representation of rainfall deficits or surpluses, not necessarily lack of water in the system. The two of them correlate, but we're trying to improve on that, and that's why, as Mr. Wagner pointed out, we need to remain focused on building more storage in the system. And with that, I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Are there any places that are too wet right now? Two might be.
Too wet.
Other than outside right now.
Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, if you look at the especially back in December, right here, Broward County received a ton of rain.
We lost most of that?
Yeah, we lost most of that. It was mostly shunted out to tide because it was well east of anywhere we could grab it and hold on to it.
Thank you. And thank you for the video, by the way. That was very well done, and it helps. The pictures really are worth a lot. Mr. Steinley.
John, I'm just trying to, I should know this, but I'm just trying to figure this out. So I'm on page 8. And I think similar to what Jackie was asking, I'm looking at the park releases of 0.1 and 0.7 versus lake delivery for irrigation of 47. So about 80% of the total releases south went to irrigation. Am I interpreting this right so far? Okay. So, but at the same time, we have the traffic light system that shows our STAs are close to full capacity or over. Conservation areas, with exception of 3, that are above levels. Okay, so I guess I guess my question is, there's really no, even if we wanted to take a larger proportion or have a larger proportion of the water going south go to the park right now, there is no way with the current infrastructure to do that.
No, there is.
The current storage and treatment infrastructure, which is obviously why we're working on other projects. But is that basic interpretation correct?
No, not entirely.
Okay.
So, as I said previously, the lake regulation schedule was saying not send any water down in the conservation areas. That has changed, so we're starting to implement that practice of moving water out of Lake Okeechobee down through the stormwater treatment area, and specifically STA 3-4. So let me back up. Not too far. So when you look at STA 3-4, that stoplight's green. It has the ability to accept more water and take more water, and we've ramped up that water. I think we're doing somewhere on the order of 600 cubic feet per second, 24/7, running through STA 3-4 and getting pumped out over there at S8. Come on, cursor, right there. So when I looked at it this morning, the S8 pump station was running and moving about 1,000 cubic feet per second of water down into the northwest corner of Conservation Area 3, which is the Everglades. Down at the bottom, however, The rainfall plan is still calling for that 0. So that schedule is telling you, no, don't send any more water down into Northeast Shark River Slough and Everglades National Park. But as I said, we're wrapping it around the corner, trying to get it over to Taylor Slough to maintain Taylor Slough and Florida Bay that way. The water that's coming into the top of 3A, because 3A is so dry, it's filling up 3A and helping in that habitat as opposed to just running down and getting that water directly into the park. So it's going to take a little bit longer in the absence of rainfall. What we're getting today, I've been looking at it this morning, there are rain bands moving across the southern portions of the system where they're getting about a ½ an inch of rain, so that's a good thing. If that rain can start to help fill up Area 3A, then the water that we're putting in the top will eventually start coming out the bottom.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess I'm simply trying to figure out the factors: rainfall, the resources we have to store and treat, and then the regulatory framework, in this case, the rainfall plan, that the latter being the easiest one to control, which you're saying we're going to improve upon with COP.
Correct. COP's slated to be put in place in August of this year, so it would rectify a lot of that moving out of 3A into the park.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Olepich.
So, thanks for those questions. Still on that page. So, you're talking about the S11s, you know, in that green box down in the bottom right. Okay, so just again, because I think this is important, like back in the early times of us all being a new board and staff together, we tried to figure out like which ones are the Army Corps and which ones are the South Florida Water Managements, and then, you know, like you say, when you just say, oh, you know, we can only move this much down and blah, 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 it's like, I think you're referring to LORS. Is that what you're referring to?
Correct, LORS.
Okay. I mean, it'd be nice to know that's what you're talking about, just because the average person might not know. And then we have this whole thing with LOSUM and LORS, and, you know, what are our rules? Where are we getting this stuff from? And who's in charge? So, like, with what's happening right now, when you write this, it appears that it's all South Florida Water Management District. Is it, or are you coordinating with the Army Corps? And, you know, thank you to Lieutenant Colonel Polk, who's been sitting here for 2 days in the back listening to all of this stuff and not getting any credit. So, you know, what's working, what's not working? How are you communicating? What are the road bumps that's making it not work? What can we do to learn about what's going on now?
Yeah, I apologize right up front. Usually when I say we, I'm referring to the collective we, the Corps and the district and our partnership and how the system is managed. So when I talk about the regulation schedule, one of them is LORS. That which governs Lake Okeechobee. It's a federal regulation schedule operated by the Corps of Engineers, and we follow their direction in its operation. Southern end of the system, the current schedule is called Increment 2, which is a subset of what the Everglades Restoration Transition Plan was, but we don't need to talk about that one because they're going to go away in August, so I'm not going to bore you with all that. But it is also a federal regulation schedule administered by the Corps, implemented by the South Florida Water Management District pursuant. So when I say the we, it's the joint we.
Not just the.
It's not just us, no.
Basically, we're following the rules of the Army Corps.
Correct, and to the extent that those rules change, like COP's going to change those rules, and if LOSUM changes those rules, we'll be following those.
Okay. Were there any gates that they opened completely that we didn't?
Gates that they opened completely.
Don't they have like the S12s,
They have
the S11s?
Correct, they have the S10s.
There's ones with the water conservation areas.
Correct, in between the conservation areas, they have the S10s, 11s, and 12s as you run down through. Earlier, so you talk about the coordination. We have a weekly meeting where we talk back and forth about who's opening what and why. The S11s have been a topic of that discussion. over the last several weeks. And I had talked about the operation of moving water out of Area 2 around that little corner to get up into the northeast corner of Area 3. That was done, that physical pressing the button, opening the gate is done by us. So the Corps of Engineers would not have had to open up the S11s, and we could more strategically put the water in a better location within Area 3. So it's that kind of back and forth that we have. If we had not been doing that, we, the Water Management District, had not done that, then the Corps of Engineers would have had to open up the S11s to move that water from Area 2 into Area 3.
Okay, is the system inherently, I'm just curious, putting Florida Bay and all of that last? I mean, or is that just the way it works? Because there's just not enough water by the time it gets there. But I mean, right now, they're really in a dire situation. We don't even talk about it. You know, I'm curious what Captains for Clean Water is thinking. I mean, it's not a good situation. They're in a total bad situation again. So, I mean, is that just the way it works now? Or until we get these things, you know, like the 333 and open up all that stuff? And are we inherently protecting ourselves and not helping them, or that's just what happens?
No, unfortunately, the situation you're in today, as we sit here February 1st of 2020, it's the lack of water in the system. It's the rainfall deficit that is the challenge to Florida Bay, and I'm sure Cassandra may talk about this a little bit more. That's why we're bringing that water around the corner to Taylor Slough to try to get it down there and help it. And there's portions that we've talked about numerous times. There are portions that we have the ability to effectuate change in Florida Bay, and then there are areas in Florida Bay that we don't have a means of getting water directly there absent direct rainfall.
Thank you. I just think it's important to talk about it. And somebody's always in a bad situation, basically. Sometimes it's us, sometimes it's the water users, sometimes it's Florida Bay, but we should recognize that because there are brothers and sisters, you know, and people are hurting down there, and we should know because we're going to have to trade it off over the next years to come.
Right, and again, I'll go back to some of the places that we started. That's why you need more storage. It's why you need to build the reservoir to get that carryover water for times like this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mitnick. Ms. Armstrong.
Go ahead and switch over to ecological.
Thank you and good morning. I'm filling in for Mr. Glenn today. He had a family obligation. I am Cassandra Armstrong. I'm the section administrator for the Water Quality Treatment Technologies section under Applied Sciences Bureau, so I'm under Lawrence.
Go back to your software license. I'm sure we're up to date.
If the next note is in Chinese, we're in trouble.
Here we go.
I'm sorry, Dr. Armstrong.
That's okay. So we're going to start at the top with the Kissimmee River Basin, and as you can see, there's a lot of really dark, warm colors on there, meaning that the system is fairly dry. And we, as of the 26th, are drier than we were 1 month ago, as well as 1 year ago. We're losing a little bit of the green that was left in there. However, we are maintaining our flows above 300 cubic feet per second. We do this to maintain dissolved oxygen concentrations so that the fish are in a healthy stream environment. And this is what that looks like. At the time that this picture was taken, this was at approximately 300 CFS. This is an area near one of our construction areas. We prefer to keep the water flow at this point below 1,000 CFS in order to accommodate the construction activities that are occurring there. However, you do get floodplain inundation when flows are above 12 or 1,400 CFS, and this will inundate the floodplain, causing some re-wetting. This is what Lake Okeechobee looks like as of the 26th. It is fairly dry. As you can see, there's a lot more orange in the marsh area. Let's see if I can find the cursor. Oops, no. I can't find the little dot. Okay. Anyway, in the western corners of the lake is mostly marsh, and as you can see, we are a little bit oranger and redder than we were a month ago, although the lake levels are about the same, and we are actually higher than we were a year ago by about a half a foot. So what I'd like to point out is that these marshes are fairly dry, and they have been dry. Any marsh area that is over 14 feet in elevation has been dry since October of 2018. Most of the marshes that are at the 12-foot elevation, when the lake is at 12-foot elevation, most of our marshes are in the dry area. And this has implications for both birds as well as for SAV. So we are right now outside of our ecological envelope. We had a fairly dry end to our wet season last year, which reduced the amount of lake recharge, and we had already been keeping the lake low, so the lake started this year low. And what that has done is, as you can see, there's a picture on the right, has made some nice SAV areas coming in. So,
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Rein myself in. I know I'm asking too many questions, making too many comments. But can you go back one? So this ecological envelope, I'm just curious. I mean, is that part of LORS?
I don't, well, we use it as part of our guidance, but I'm not sure it's incorporated as part of the actual lore.
Where does it come from? Who judges it?
Zach still here?
Mr. Midnick?
The ecological envelope is not incorporated into LORS 2008, the regulation schedule. It is used in the planning and development of regulation schedules to measure as like the performance of different plans and how each of those plans are performing. This is the current ecological envelope that is in place. As some of you may be aware, the agencies have put out another version of this, an updated version on this, which slightly changes this. And I think Zach is here. If you really want to understand that a little bit better, he can fill you in on that a little bit more, maybe after the meeting. But it's currently out and under review and for public comment and participation.
Okay, but for the district staff and historical situation, that's the ideal place for the lake to be.
If you're solely lake-centric,
Solely thank goodness somebody's fighting for the
that is
animals,
the stage envelope that is best
for the animals.
for the animals, inhabitants of Lake Okeechobee.
Okay, that's good. I'd like it a lot better if it said it's for the animals. That's good, thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, so the wading birds have been impacted by our current water levels. If you focus your attention on the right side of this graph, this is the time of year when the birds are in their breeding season. And you can see the 2020 line is in red, 2019 line is in purple. And you can see we're very similar as far as lake stages are concerned. But the wading bird nestage and foraging is completely different. So last year we had a record year for birds. We were at 200 wading birds at one point, and then went up to 15,000. And this year we were at 1,000. And the reason for this is antecedent conditions. So 2018 was actually a very wet year, and so there was a lot of prey production during that time. Remember, I said the marshes have been really dry. Well, back in 2018, the marshes were inundated, and that gave the opportunity for the fish to use that area as habitat, for invertebrates such as crayfish to use that as habitat. Those prey items were then used by the birds, and so we had a large bird population. Well, since then, those marsh areas have dried out, and what that has led to is no fish production, very few invertebrate production, so there's nothing for the birds to eat there, and so that's why we're not seeing a lot of bird usage in this area at this time, even though lake levels are still approximately about the same. I'd also like to add that the snail kites are also not on the lake at this time. We have found that when the lake levels are below 14, those marsh areas are going to dry out. The apple snails are not being produced, and therefore there's nothing for the snail kites to eat. So we are seeing 0 snail kites on the lake at the moment. On the good news side of this equation is the SAV. Because the lake water levels are lower, there's a lot more light penetration into the water column, and that has led to an increase in SAV over the past year from 5,000 acres to about 26,000 acres. Most of that is in Cara, and we've got a large increase in the bottom southwest corner of the lake in Cara, and in the northwest corner of the lake, it's mostly eelgrass or Vallisneria. We have, however, lost some SAV. Those are primarily SAV that would have been occupied in the deeper areas of the marshes, and so that's in the red that you can see that those are the types of SAV areas that we have lost where it's drier. And we've also not seen any recovery in fish-eating bay, and we believe that's because the colored water in that area has prevented that light penetration from occurring like it has had in other areas of the marsh. So this is our cyano bloom potential. This is a NOAA satellite. I'd like to remind everyone that the cooler blue colors are a very low bloom potential. Your bloom potentials actually occur when you see those warmer oranges and red colors. So we are very low potential for bloom production at this point. Primarily that's due to several of the cold fronts that have run through. They stir up the lake, the temperatures are lower, and you get a lot less opportunity for algal blooms. You will notice that the 2020 map is very bespeckled. It looks like there's a lot of signal going on there. NOAA is in the process of trying to take a look and to see what that might be. We think it might be some scattering from what's called pycnophytoplankton. They're very small, microscopic algae, and they're not visible to the humans in the water column, but we think that that might be what the satellite is picking up on there. But overall, very low opportunity for blooms. Moving over to our favorite estuary, St. Lucie River. We have, over the past week, had mostly of the inflow coming from the tidal basin. There's been no flow coming from the lake. There has been no flow coming from the lake since March of 31st of last year. And what you can see from a month ago to the 27th of this month is that salinity has increased throughout the estuary a little bit, moving the boundary towards the center of the estuary where the North Fork, South Fork, and main stem kind of converge. For oysters, the oysters have been in what we call the good range since about November 1st, with a small dip down at below 10 when we had some rain events in December and early January. But for the most part, the salinity conditions are excellent for adult oysters, even as the salinity has been increasing over the past couple of weeks. So we've got some information on how our seagrasses are doing. This chart is from Willoughby Creek, which is right as where the river turns to go north. And these pie charts show you the percent cover of seagrass in this area. You'll see that a large portion of these over time are zero coverage. This area got hit really hard by 2 hurricanes, Matthew and Irma, and has had a difficult time in recovery due to the type of sediment that is in that location. It tends to shift and move around a lot, so the vegetation is having a hard time actually reestablishing. But you do see that we have about 25% coverage throughout the growing season, and that we actually have a couple of different species that are growing there and become more prevalent during the growing season. So there is opportunity there for recovery. We just haven't seen it yet. On the other side, we've got the St. Lucie Inlet site. We've got, as you see, no 0% coverage. So this area has got a lot of lush seagrass beds. We're very excited about that. You'll see that the percents change. The dominant is between 25% of the area to 50% of the area is the dominant amount of percent cover that you find in those areas, but it does change seasonally, as well as the types of species that you find. Predominantly, we have shoalgrass and Johnson's grass. Johnson's tends to be dominant March through July. And then you also find some turtle grass and some manatee grass. Those tend to be about less than 5% cover, but they are there. So that area is nice and healthy, and we're happy to see that.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
It is so wonderful to have the seagrass reporting. Thank you so much. I just have to say that I think the 2 hurricanes were just one of other issues that caused seagrass deterioration over the years. Just those of us on the ground really saw a connection to the discharges from Lake Okeechobee, and of course area canals, but the worst when it was with Lake Okeechobee discharges starting in 2013, and we just watched our seagrass disappear. And we also watched it disappear from the South Florida Water Management District. And we would go to the meetings and they wouldn't be reporting it. And we would be begging them, please tell us about our seagrasses. And they're like, well, whatever. Maybe it was funding. But it is just so wonderful to see this again. But it's not just the hurricanes, I'm sorry, that destroyed that seagrass. It's the conditions of water quality that the district and the state of Florida is not doing a good enough job taking care of.
We also have recently begun looking at phytoplankton communities throughout the St. Lucie. We actually started this before the blue-green algae hit, so it's kind of fortuitous that we were a little bit ahead of the curve on this. This data is actually from our sampling events in 2019, and I wanted to, basically, there's a lot of small circles up there that you can't really see all that well, but you can see that there are differences between sampling events. And what those differences in the pie charts are reflecting is community shift through time. So algal community is composed of a lot of different types of algae. So we have dinoflagellates, our beloved cyanobacteria, which is our blue-green algae, diatoms, green algae. They all compose the community structure for algae, and they each play an important role within the food web of the estuaries. And what you can see in these 4 sampling events is that the community structure is not static. It changes over time. So in March of 20, in the upper portion of the C-44 canal, we had a lot of cryptophytes. And then as you move into the estuary, it became dominated by diatoms. Then in the summer, in August 15, you see that in the estuary, we get a nice bloom of dinoflagellates. This is totally normal. This is what we would expect to see happen. And you can see that even in the C-44 canal, you get a large bloom of green algae. Again, totally normal and what you would expect. One thing that I really want to point out is that if you look at the 2 September sampling events, they're only about a week apart. But even there, you can see a lot of variability in the different pie charts, especially in the North Fork. And the reason for this is, well, it's manifold. One is that the lifetime of an algal cell is about a day, maybe a little longer depending on which species you're talking about. So these organisms respond very quickly to changing environmental conditions. And as you know, in estuaries, environmental conditions change every time the tide change is on the East Coast. That's, you get 2 different tides every day. So the estuary is changing on an hourly basis, and these creatures only live about a day. So you can get very rapid response to freshwater inflow, to nutrient reduction, to salinity changes. So our phytoplankton community is highly variable, and we have been able to pick that up as well as see who is dominating under what conditions. And at some point in the near future, this will be pulled together to correlate the environmental conditions to the dominance of each of the different types of phytoplankton. There we go. Now on to our oysters in St. Lucie. This is a wonderful, wonderful story that we're seeing here. The top graph is our spat. Spat are little baby oysters, and they are settling down onto hard surfaces. So these are our future adult oysters. And you can see that the bar charts are kind of clumped in groups of 3. Each of those are in total years. And the most, the group of bars to your right is 2019. And as you can see, we had a lot of spat settlement over the course of the year. This is really fantastic news. You will see a slight drop-off for the most recent spat settlement rates. This is completely normal. This is seasonal. Spat don't tend to be generated and settled in December months. It's not the time when oysters are reproducing. So that fall-off is completely normal. The bottom graph is a density of adult oysters. And as you can see, since October of 18, those density numbers have been increasing, and this is a fantastic news story, especially compared to 2017, where there was very few. Again, this was an impact of hurricanes that were coming through there. The estuary got very fresh, got very turbid, and so the oysters weren't doing as well. We've had really nice recovery since then. You can see those density numbers reflect that. Going over to the west coast, to the Caloosahatchee, we have had about 500 CFS of flow coming from the lake, which is the dominant source of flow into the estuary itself. The salinity conditions are about the same as what they were last month, and as you can see from the graph at the very right that starts in November, salinity has been fairly stable throughout the lower portion of the estuary and is in very good condition for adult oysters down to Sanibel. Sanibel is just a little bit into the fair range. And one thing unique about the oysters on that coast, they're a little less sensitive to the higher end of the salinity range. So the fact that it's right on the border between fair and good is not a concerning issue. On to the STAs. You can see from the chart that we've had a lot of inflow coming in to our STAs over the course of the water year. Total inflow to the STAs has been 842,000 acre feet, of which 77,000 has come from the lake. Concentrations have actually declined over the water year for all of the STAs except for 5-6. 5-6 actually increased from an average of 160 to over 200 parts per billion. Good news, though, if you look at the outflow concentrations, we've got very good performance in the majority of these STAs. And in fact, STA 2 and STA 3-4 are in the ballpark of the Q-Bell that we're trying to achieve. So that's very exciting news for us. STA 5.6 continues to struggle through lack of hydration. That's the main concern in that area, and you can see that it's received a lot less flow than the other ones. The bulk of our flow is going through STA 2 and STA 3.4, and as John mentioned, STA 3.4 is now taking on some additional water as well to help hydrate that northern 3A area.
Question?
Yes, sir.
We keep seeing signs of the sort of underutilization of 5.6. I understand why. At what point do we have sort of at what point do the cells become unrecoverable? I mean, how long would they stay? How long do they need to stay dry to not be useful in the future, or can they recover with flow?
Well, our veg management group are very proactive to make sure that we don't lose those cells, and so we've actually had a lot of construction in the 5.6 cells. We've done a lot of scraping to lower the elevation in the emergent cells, so those cells have been offline on purpose anyway. We do have some cells that are dry because we have no water, and there is concern because some of our upland plants have started to encroach into those areas. But we are hoping that once the construction activities is completed and we can start to rehydrate those areas, those upland plants will die on their own. However, our veg management has a plan in place for revegetating those areas so that we do not lose performance from that drying out period. One thing to be of note is that when you do have an STA or any wetland that dries out and then gets rehydrated, all the phosphorus that was in the soil comes out of the soil and goes into the water column. So we will not want to release that first flush of water initially. We'll want to hold that water and let it sit and get reestablished and go back down into the soil before we release it, so that we can reduce the concentration in the water column.
And of course, I bring it up because all of the SDAs are expensive components. And I know we have, we're looking at ways to better use 5.6. Can you just remind us in terms of timing, and obviously we're looking at the 5-year budget too, but timing in terms of that study of how better to use, and then I'm assuming the outflow, the lack of effectiveness of 5.6, the concentration is affected by the lower. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So that I understand. But can we have an update on the study and how to feed 5.6 in the future?
Right, so as you referenced the 5-year capital improvement plan, it is one of the items buried in there to conduct the feasibility study. We've already done some initial upfront work that has given us a good idea of the direction that is heading, so to speak. What we're going to be doing now over the next couple of months is taking that to the next level, so to speak, and doing the actual cost engineering of what the price tag will ultimately be if we are moving this amount of water or this amount of water over to STA 5.6. So I would expect I think, Drew, next week we have a briefing to get Drew up to speed, and then we'd be talking to each of the board members shortly thereafter and let you know the direction that we're heading so we can receive your input on where we're going.
Couple more things on the STAs. We monitor our vegetation fairly routinely, and one thing that we are finding is that our EAV cells, which are our first cells where the water first comes in, they are showing signs of stress, whereas our SAV cells are showing signs of improvement. And again, this has a lot to do with how much water these systems take, and how the front end responds to the higher water levels that they experience, as well as the higher flow. So we are showing some signs of stress, and we're being very diligent about where we can assess water flow. So for this week, we recommended that 3 Floor can take the water, but there's other ones that we say, please don't send water there because we are at a critical point with that vegetation, and veg management is getting, it has some projects to try to ameliorate that. And then lastly, you can see that most of the STAs are at or near target except 4, 5, 6, which is drawn down. So, okay, down to Biscayne Bay. So what we do in this location primarily is just monitor the salinity to ensure that it is below 35. 35 is full-strength seawater. At this point, both salinity stations are indicating that we are below the 35. It has been creeping back up after a large pulse, but we are still well within the criteria for that body of water to be considered healthy. That big spike is the flow I was referring to. So the line at the very bottom is the total inflow from all the canals that body of water receives. You can see there was a huge spike mid-December that caused the salinity to drop down. Since then, the flows have declined, and you can see that the salinity is creeping back up, but we are still below 35. Okay, on to the Everglades and the much discussed already map about the areas that are drying out in the Everglades. So you can see that there's a lot more red, especially in Big Cypress area. These are very dry areas. They are areas of concern. You can also see where the little ENP is written on the map. That is Taylor Slough. It is still green, showing the efforts we are taking in order to get water down to Florida Bay. But we are very concerned about the area 3A, especially 3A North, where that bird colony is. It is drying out, which has a couple of impacts. It discourages bird nesting and foraging. There's a lack of prey there. Again, the marshes have not been able to produce prey items for the birds. And on top of that, the potential for fires as well as peat loss through enhanced decomposition, because those soils are dried out. They're more prone to being decomposed. So there's peat loss in that area potential as well. So we really want to get that area hydrated as best we can in order to preserve that area. Northeast Florida Bay is actually, from a salinity perspective, is doing okay. The 30-day moving average is reached close to 1 part per thousand, or PSU, as you can see at the very bottom graph. This is normal for this time of year to be almost fresh. It is, you see there's a minor uptick towards the end that has been occurring, but we are well under the 30 that is required for the MFO rule. So that portion of the Florida Bay is in pretty good shape. And we are also, the total combined flow is 213,896 acre feet, which is well above the minimum flow of 105,000 acre feet. So this area is receiving the flow that it needs to maintain the salinities that it needs. Central Florida Bay, however, we are very concerned about this area. In the top graph, you can see that there's these little chunky blue things. Those are what we call the interquartile range. So the 25 to 75% of where salinities are historically at that time. Currently, we are well above that. You can see that with the black line that's above the blue bars. So this is of concern for us. For salinity impacts. However, The bottom graph shows you chlorophyll A. And originally, there was an uptick in chlorophyll A above the interquartile range that caused us to become concerned that this was an indicator that the system was not behaving the way that we prefer it to. But since that sampling event, we have had two more sampling events, and those are back down into the normal levels, indicating that this system is not yet malfunctioning, for lack of a better word. Even though the salinities are high and have been high for an extended period of time, at this point in time, the ecology, the biology of the system has not negatively responded. However, historically, we are in similar conditions to what we experienced in 2015, and that is of concern for us. 2015 was not a good year for Florida Bay.
What did we learn from 2000? You said that the impact has not been seen or does not show in the...
So what happened in 2015 is we had prolonged periods of no rain into Florida Bay, prolonged periods of salinity, and then a delay in the wet season start. And so what happened is that the seagrass started to respond, and we got an algal bloom, and then we got a seagrass die-off that lended. So the water quality in that area got very ugly for quite a while, and it took a while for the seagrass to recover in that area. There is still opportunity and time for us to not go down that path, especially if we get more rains, if we get the water from 3A to actually move down into Florida Bay. We have time to avoid the 2015 disaster, but as we sit right now, the conditions are very similar to what was 2015 conditions at this time. In western and central, you can see we've got salinities from both offshore and nearshore. The offshore is the orange, the nearshore is the blue in both of the graphs. We consider this area to be hypersaline when salinity reaches 40. We are just about there now, although some of the areas are a little under 40. So we do have elevated salinities in this area. Unfortunately, at this point in time, normally, historically, the salinities in the nearshore area are a lot fresher than what we're seeing now. Usually they're about 10 parts PSU lower than we are currently seeing right now. So that is of concern to us. But we are still below that 40 threshold where we consider things to be hypersaline. The reason that hypersalinity is of concern is, as Lawrence mentioned last month, hypersalinity leads to a shift in the seagrass population away from multi-species to a monoculture, and that is not the scenario that we want to have happen in Florida Bay. And with that, I'll take any additional questions.
Does anyone have questions for Dr. Armstrong? I have one. In talking about the EAVs and their stress, how resilient are they, and how long does it take for them to come back if we lay off them?
That's a really good question. And if they are healthy before they are stressed, then they're actually fairly resilient and can come back within a matter of months. If they are stressed before they're really stressed, then it takes 2 years for recovery. So one of the
How stressed are they?
It depends on which STA you're referring to, but one of our STAs is really stressed, and we're having what one east, yeah. And what's happening is that there's a lot more water going through our STAs than we originally were planning for, and has been for past several years. So what is happening is the cattail are popping up. They're forming what we call floating tussocks. And so the entire plant just elevates out of the soil. It kind of starts rafting around in the SDA. And then if the water level drops, it drops down on top of healthy plants and it kills those as well. So a lot of water, a lot of fast-moving water is very stressful for cattail specifically because they will tend to pop up and form these floating tussocks. One of the other issues that occurs when you have too much water during the dry season is that the plants are unable to reproduce clonally. So what they do is they send out these little ram meats that are about 6 centimeters tall, little guys. And if there's a foot of water sitting on top of them, they can't get the sunlight that they need to actually become full-grown plants, and they will never go to maturity. So there's a timing issue as well as a water flow depth issue.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just so I maybe bring it all together. Just earlier this morning, the governing board approved a construction contract to help out that exact issue that she just described in STA 1 East. So it's something that we're aware of, it's something we're on top of, and it's something we're looking to remedy here in the very near term.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. For planning purposes, we're going to go to the next item, and then we'll break for lunch after that. What's that? Yeah, let's hear the presentation first, and then we'll take comments on this item, and then if you have a general comments at the end.
Yes.
So we'll do the presentation now.
All right, so I'll kick it off here, and then Ms. Cobb will follow me and give you some additional information prior to inviting the representatives of Seminole Tribe to come up and address the board. So what we're talking about is an emergency action that was taken by the tribe to install an earthen plug in the L59 canal back in 2019, both in June and October of 2019. The district and the tribe have been working to address that issue and come to a more holistic resolution of the conditions that led the tribe to take these actions and hopefully be able to solve those. That resolution will require not only commitments by the district itself, but also by the tribe. We will work towards seeking that resolution over the next couple days, weeks, and months. And then we'll be bringing that resolution back to you all, the governing board members, at a future board meeting. And with that, Ms. Cobb will give you some information just on the overall process and how the relationship works and where we're going from here.
Good morning, members. Just very briefly wanted to mention the process for today. And the process is dictated in the compact that we have with the tribe and the criteria manual under that compact. And today's purpose is for you all to hear about the emergency earthen plug that was installed by the tribe to understand the emergency action, what the tribe is doing in relation to that emergency action, and how we plan to bring it back in conformance with the compact and the criteria manual. You will hear from us at a future board meeting, very likely March, on the next steps in the process. So today there's no vote. It's listening. Questions, of course, if you have them. And then between now and the March board, we will develop an order for the governing board to consider. And that order will include measures that we think need to be taken in order to address those emergency actions. So you will get an additional briefing at the next meeting that talks specifically about that order, which will be put before you for a vote. So for now, unless you have any questions of me, let me make one other note. Between now and March, like John said, we will be meeting with you. We'll be meeting with members of the tribe in order to really hone in on what those options look like, which will be included in the order.
So for now, I'm going to invite Mr. Walker up to speak to you about the tribe's perspective on the emergency plug and why the tribe took that action and what it's going to do in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb. Hi, Mr. Walker.
Good morning, and thank you for taking us before lunch. Appreciate that. My name is Steve Walker with Lewis Hallman and Walker, and we represent the, how do I turn this on? Okay. There we go. And with me today, I have Julie Jennison from the firm and Kent Lofton, who's a consultant for the tribe and works on the hydrology and other water-related issues for the tribe. And if you have any questions for them later on, they'll be available to speak with you. Mr. Mitnick and Ms. Cobb has said the tribe installed this emergency earthen plug in the L59 Barrow Canal back in October of 2019. And when John was showing his video, I thought, well, that looks like our plug that he was putting in there. But apparently it was a different one, but the construction methods are the same. I understand you've already been briefed by district staff and provided copies of our presentation. So in the interest of time, I'll try to be brief and summarize what we've accomplished to date. Which one's the slide? Oh, there it is. Okay. As you can see in this slide, the plug was installed entirely on the Brighton Reservation, which are federally owned, and it's in the west basin of the L59 Barrow Canal at the northeast corner of the Seminole Brighton Reservation. This is an area of the reservation containing approximately 1,600 acres of pasture that depend on water delivered by the L59 West Canal. Later slides elaborate on this, but due to continuing circumstances beyond the tribe's control and beyond the district's control in many respects, that water that's normally available at this point has not been readily or consistently available to the tribe. On October 11, 2019, the tribe installed an emergency temporary plug in the L59 Barrow Canal. This is the fourth time the tribe has had to do this in this particular place. This is the only emergency action in the 30 years of the compact the tribe has ever had to take in order to, so we've managed to work all our other water resource issues out without the need for any kind of emergency action. The current plug has been enhanced from previous installations to address past concerns expressed by district staff and was designed with considerable discussion with district staff. It includes a culvert and a riser with stop logs intended to allow for water supply to other permitted users in the region. It also allows a drainage capacity from east to west for normal rainfall events. It restores water delivery to irrigate 1,600 acres of the tribe's pastures, and it keeps water from flowing past the Brighton Reservation to the east basin and raises water level in the L59 Canal to allow water to move into the pastures. As I mentioned before, this is the only time in the 30-year history of the compact that we've had to do this. We don't take these emergency actions lightly, and so it would, if it were not for the dire circumstance, it would not have done it. Okay, a little bit about the process, the compact between the district and this tribe, and the criteria manual provides for the tribe to take certain kinds of emergency action. It sets up a process for doing that. The tribe and the district have been following that process. Today's presentation is the first step in that process, which is providing notice to the second step. We provided notice on October 21st, and then we have to report it to the board, which we're doing today. As Paula said, the next step in the process is for the district to come back with a response. We'll be meeting with staff again over the next month or so to try and work out a more longer-term solution to this kind of problem. One of the requirements of the compact is that the emergency be unforeseen, and this is just a list of the things that we believe were the unforeseen circumstances. There's litigation involved in not in this particular plug, but on another crossing, culverted crossing further down that divides the east and west L59. and that litigation has not been resolved and is ongoing. That prevents that infrastructure from being operated in a way that would be useful for the tribe. And so until that is resolved, there's really no way that we can expect to get irrigation water from L59 other than to put these temporary plugs in on occasion. This is, I mentioned to you yesterday, I've been doing this for 45 years. Not this particular problem for 45 years, but it's been a long-standing problem and for quite some time. And it has its roots, frankly, back in the 1960s when the rights-of-ways for these canals were first acquired and some of the promises that were made to the landowners at that time that I think really started this problem along its way. In addition to the compact, the district and the tribe also have entered into a memorandum of understanding that deals with the tribe's interaction with the district's rights-of-ways would happen to occur on tribe land. Ordinarily, the compact doesn't address that issue. It just deals with other aspects of it. But there are a number of canals and levees and so forth that do traverse tribe land, and the district and the tribe thought it would be a good practice to have a process described whereby we can make use of the rights-of-way in a manner that's compatible with the district's use. So this is the right-of-way memorandum. It also sets out a process for doing emergency action on occasion. We've submitted required by that MOU, we submitted a statement showing what the unique circumstances were and justification. And we have submitted a statement stating that it does not interfere with the district's responsibilities in terms of maintenance of the facility, and that we are jointly monitoring rainfall and drainage to make sure that nothing happens that's unexpected. Again, the MOU requires unique circumstances, and here are the unique circumstances again. Maybe people may not know, but the tribe is very large into cattle ranching. They're probably one of the top 5 or 10 in the state, and in terms of the size of their herd, and it's been a cultural tradition for centuries, since cattle were first brought to this country. So it's important that their pastures be to them not just from an economic point of view, but from a cultural point of view, that they can sustain their herd as well. A mutually agreeable solution. We continue to work with the district to come up with one. As I say, this is probably the 4th time we've had to put this plug in over the course of the last 2 years. And what typically happens is that when it starts raining again, we don't need irrigation water. Everybody seems to forget about it and go on to more pressing matters at the time. And I will tell you, the tribe is committed to getting a final resolution of this and in the next several months, and to be able to move forward aggressively in implementing it, because it's not our preferred mode of operating to be having to do this temporary kind of deals all the time. This is a list of the meetings we've had. We've met with the adjoining landowners, we've met with the district, we've met with anybody who would meet with us to talk about this, try to come up with a mutually acceptable solution, and we just haven't gotten there. To summarize, we've made every effort to try to minimize the impact of the emergency plug, and it has it's been designed to with significant input from district staff. Temporary plug, as currently constructed, conforms to the requirements of the compact and the criteria manual and the right-of-way MOU. We're here today to provide this report to you and request temporary plug be allowed to remain in place while we continue to work with the district staff on a mutually agreeable solution. In closing, we appreciate the district's continuing willingness to work with us on a permanent solution to this area. And we believe that if it were solely up to the district and the tribe, this probably could have been resolved a long time ago. Unfortunately, there are a number of third parties who have interests in the area that have made this a much more complex problem than it needs to be, in our opinion. So we look forward to your continuing support and continuing to work with the staff to try and come up with something that satisfies our mutual interests here. And we have a lot more technical information if you want that kind of detail. Kent is here to provide that to you, but I'm happy to try to answer any questions you might have at this time.
Thanks, Mr. Walker. I'd like to take public comment and then come back to you for board discussion and comment. If there is any public comment. Thank you.
We have two. Mark Pierce, followed by Steve Walker.
You want to hear from me first?
I'd like to hear your comment, Mr. Pierce, yes.
Good morning, Board. My name's Mark Hunter Pierce. I'm the owner of the D.L. Pierce Ranch, Inc. and L Cross Ranch. Our property lies between Kissimmee River and Indian Prairie Canal. Most of it is on the south side of the L59 canal. There's just several hundred acres on the north side of it. First thing we need to consider, I appreciate this man's presentation here, but I think he was the same man give a presentation the last time I was here, which was the first time. The pact was invented after the 62 agreement. You have a 62 agreement that says that's included in the pact, and nobody ever talks about that. But that 62 agreement supersedes the pact. You can't cut a man's water off. I have a permit to get water from the L59 canal by way of Paradise Run. I own the biggest portion of Paradise Run. I spoke with a gentleman a while back, and he said the dike was on the north side of the L59, which is incorrect. L59 runs directly into Paradise Run. A little history. My family's been here for over 100 years, and I have spent my entire life on this land. Whether it belonged to me or my father, my grandfather, my cousins, I've worked it, I've hunted it, and with the passing of my father, I've become the most knowledgeable man the way the water runs on this property. The Indians just purchased St. Thomas in the last year or so. The purpose of this plug was to give them water to the St. Thomas property. Up until they purchased the St. Thomas property, there was never a question about L59 because the Indians did not get any water from the L59. They had a pump in there back in 65 or 66 and it rotted down. St. Thomas has a pump there that they very seldom ever cranked. You can't even see it today for the growth over it. The water to the tribe and the new land that they just purchased, which is not part of the Indian reservation, comes from a canal called the Mose Ditch. Now, when you can look on your telephone there or fly over in a helicopter, the water comes from Indian Prairie Canal and runs northeast for approximately 3 miles across there. All the water that goes to the land in question comes from the Mose Ditch. Monroe Thomas owned that property, and he was in the cattle business for many, many years. You have to ask yourself, how did Monroe irrigate his property? He done it from the Mose Ditch. I have pictures available to show culverts that come from this property into the L59 canal with the boards all the way in them, the water shooting that high at the top of it from pure pressure from the Mose Ditch running into the L59 canal. So the theory that the tribe has to have this plug, all that come about last year whenever in 16 they shut my water off through, I don't know if the board's familiar with the double culverts. I'm sure you've heard language from Armando or somebody about the double culverts. Me and my father was the only two people that ever controlled the water or the boards, I should say, in the double culverts. The purpose of the double culverts was when the L-59 canal was constructed, it runs from Kissimmee River to Indian Prairie Canal, as I said, from east to west. It severed the Brighton Slough, which put all the water to over 10,000 acres of the Pierce's property. With that being done, my grandfather and his cousin, John Olin Pierce, insisted that they put culverts along the L-59 canal in order to put water on this in excess of 10,000 acres. There was 9 culverts installed. My grandfather died in '81. One of his sons was administrator of the estate, and he received all the permitting whenever it was changed from Austin Pierce. With that, he only permitted the 2 culverts that he had control of. Everybody else's culverts got taken out. Then the double culverts, if the water flows, over half of the water in the L-59 canal flows to the east. Contrary to what everybody's trying to say, it flows west. It does not do that. It flows east. And it flows east beginning at the southwest corner of St. Thomas property, which is adjacent to the southeast corner of the reservation where the plug is today. We need to consider putting this on, tabling it, I guess. I'm not too familiar with the proper language. And get together and have a discussion. They have met with the tribe, the South Florida Water Management has. I was not invited to that meeting. I was told that if I walked in the door, the meeting would be canceled. I complained about it. I didn't complain to the right authority, though. And so they hold a special meeting for little old Mark Hunter in Okeechobee. And nothing come from that. Had Tony Waterhouse there, and he's not smart as he used to be. But that's the way I've been treated. I have not been asked by anybody here. I've got the largest foothold out there, and if I could have a little more time to explain myself, maybe we could hold a special, and the tribe be there too. But our problem is from the litigation that I started, but not with South Florida Water Management. It was with the first cousin that cut my water off. My water's cut off today. Been cut off since 16. But as of December of 18, that's when the judge ruled that the boards be taken out of the double culverts. My problem was over with. That's when the tribe says we're going to put the plug in, which didn't accomplish anything. The water only runs down to Paradise Run. When it fills up, all the water levels off. Everybody's happy. Another thing that I never hear Mr. Walker talk about, not only the 62 agreement, but the Seminole Pact only gives the tribe 15% of the water. I've got pictures here today that I took yesterday that shows they got 100% of it. They don't allow no water to flow east. So we need to look at these things. One other thing that's never mentioned, and it's in all the files, I've got picture after picture after picture. For over 18 years, the structure that caused the plug, as Mr. Walker said, was rusted out. So there was no restriction on the water. Even though there was culverts there, they was completely gone. They was rusted out. So you can look in your files, and I can furnish pictures if you need it. But those those culverts was rusted out, so there was no restriction whatsoever. So 3 major things: Mo's ditch, 62 agreement, and the double culverts. The Dorian storm, y'all had false information about the Dorian storm. You drained the L59 canal. Bone dry, every inch of it. Wasn't that deep. I've been 3 years working to get at G34, which is the east end of L59. 3 years, me and Bruce Chester worked very close to get the water to 16.2. I'm not flooded. Everybody's got water. It's at 16.2. It went away that quick. From the Indians' water is supposed to be at 20.2. They dropped 2 foot of water out of there. It was restored in less than 72 hours. As I'm standing here today, the storm was in September. They've not given me 1 drop of my water back. I thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pierce. We're not going to be making any decisions today. This is just informational, just so you know. So we do have time to have a discussion with you. If Mr. Bartlett wants to.
Let me say one more thing. I'm old-fashioned.
Quickly.
I carry a flip phone. If somebody pick up the phone, I give you my phone number and call me. I'll be at every one of these meetings, but I just don't know how to do none of that other stuff. Okay? Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Does anyone have any comments for Mr. Pierce or for Mr. Walker?
Well, I was just going to ask Paula to comment on how we fit this together.
So I can answer that from the legal aspect, and if there's a technical piece that John wants to pipe in on from the solution side, he can do that. There is litigation on issues in this area related to L59. And Mr. Pierce is correct. He has not sued the district, but there is litigation that's ongoing related to these issues. And we are trying to resolve that litigation. We would like to settle that litigation. And so we are working toward that end. And there are more conversations needed. This is a complex issue, as you can probably tell from the various speakers on the issue. But, John and his team are working with both the tribe as well as parties to the litigation to figure out what short and long-term solutions need to be put in place. The presentation today really is just limited to the tribe's emergency action. We will be having more comprehensive discussions with the board just about this region generally. But for today's purposes, it really is, even though what Mr. Pierce says is very important for all of us to hear, what's before you today is not a vote, and it is just a discussion.
This is informational.
Yeah, it's informational, and to hear from the tribe on its emergency action, we have to do that under the compact and the criteria manual. Not to say that all the other issues aren't just as important in that region, but the item today is focused on that and making sure that we're following the compact's requirements and all the procedures in it.
Understood. Mr. Steinley?
Actually, for Mr. Walker, I noticed on your presentation, the notice was provided on the 21st of October, but the work was completed on the 11th of October, but I'm assuming also I thought I saw something June start. So I guess I'm just confused. Are we supposed to be notified at the start of the process, at the end, or is there any timing constraint?
There's not a time limit that I'm aware of, but we're supposed to notify you when it happens, and we had orally notified the district at the time it happens. See, the plug was in there just before Hurricane Dorian. With the district request, we took it out because we all expected a big hit from Dorian. And just like the district lowered its canals in anticipation of the storm, the tribe also lowered its canals in anticipation of the storm. When it didn't hit and didn't bring all the rain, we needed to refill things quickly, as did the district. And that's why the plug went back in relatively quickly after. But the folks in the district were aware of that. It just took maybe a week for the paperwork to catch up.
And Mr. Steinley, there are timeframes within the criteria manual under the compact. There are timeframes specific to emergency actions that are taken. There is that initial 24-hour notification, and where we are in the process is after that
after that emergency action, typically you would hear from the tribe at the following governing board meeting. In this particular case, we agreed to alternative timeframes with the tribe to bring this back before the board because we didn't want to just bring it back with any sort of thought that we were making progress on longer term solutions to avoid future emergency actions. And I think we are getting closer to that point of where we will have some short and long term solutions to bring back before the board to hopefully prevent the future emergency actions, but we are under the appropriate timeframes within the criteria manual. We have just, as allowed under it, agreed to this alternative timeframe to bring it to the board. But now we're back under that timeframe, and the next action you will see is likely at your March board meeting on what sort of actions we are requesting of the tribe. And the tribe has to respond within 60 days. And so we're back in that time frame of pretty quick response from all the parties, which I think is needed in this case to keep us moving forward toward solutions.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb. Mr. Walker, you looking for a slide?
Yeah, I am. I keep popping back out of your thing here. There are a lot of the issues that Mr. Pierce raised we take issue with, of course, but today's not the time to resolve them. But I did want to clarify one factual issue up for you relative to the St. Thomas Ranch. And I can't seem to find the slide that I need in order to do that.
Can you paint us a picture?
Yes. The slide is, the plug is installed on the reservation just south of the north boundary of the reservation. Immediately north of the north boundary of the reservation is the St. Thomas Ranch. So where this plug is placed will not allow any water to go to St. Thomas Ranch. The tribe does have a consumptive use permit from you all for the St. Thomas Ranch, and we are one of the permitted users of water from this facility at L59, as opposed to Mose Canal. And so we've got that right. But I didn't want you to feel like we were using this to irrigate St. Thomas Ranch, because we're not. It's all staying on the reservation in that 1,600 acre, which this other slide shows that area too, but it's all on the reservation. So happy to answer any other questions.
Mr. Butler?
Mr. Walker, where do you get the water with the permit? Where do you get the water to do the St. Thomas Ranch?
L59, and that's where our permit's from.
Okay. So that'd be below the plug?
Pardon me? That's above the plug, right. And so we affect our own property, but the first priority was to take care of the reservation. We do have in the plug, there is a culvert that allows water to flow north and east through the plug once the boards are pulled out. And there are other permitted users along the way that do get their water through that culvert. We would disagree with Mr. Pierce that he does have a permit for water from L59. We believe he does not, and does not have a right to have one.
My other question would be, with the 4 emergency plugs, every time basically it's just a culvert with dirt. Are we getting, are they using any type of sediment control type things like we do typically on district lands? And are we getting all the dirt out? Are we leaving dirt in the canal, or is it going down the canal?
I think the first time that we use silt screens and other proper construction techniques when the plug is either being put in or taken out, just as you would. And I think the first time we took it out, we left the culvert in, so we didn't want to crush the culvert because we knew we might have put it back in. But other than that, I have not heard any reports of water quality problems resulting from the installation and removal of the plug.
Good.
Okay.
Any other questions? Great. Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Walker.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce, for being
See you
here.
next month.
See you next month. We're going to go ahead and take.
Quickly, one time. To answer your problem, PV Ranch is in litigation. they offered to Miss Laura to sell the double covers to y'all.
I'm
No
sure staff will take
installation
all that into consideration. Thanks, Mr. Pierce. We're going to break for lunch till about 1:30. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the governing board meeting back to order. We're going to have some public comments now left over from the ecological conditions report. We didn't take public comment then, but I will take them now, and I have Mark Perry and Gary Goforth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for obliging. You know, the ecological conditions reports are always revealing and great, and brings up a lot of questions and thoughts, and we just need a little bit of time to, you know, when you look at the oyster and seagrass recovery, particularly in the St. Lucie estuary right here, we want to make sure we're reporting and looking at it. I know the district had the Willoughby Creek site for seagrass, and also they had a site north of Boy Scout Island, but now I see a new site called the St. Lucie Inlet North for seagrass right inside the St. Lucie Inlet there. And there's about 400 acres of seagrass that are right in that area. The other thing to note is the base map that you used, and you see the green areas inside of Hutchinson Island there, that about 400 acres or so. Those base maps might be 2013 or 2017, and we just need a date of what those base maps relate to. So if the next time we can kind of see that. And, you know, the recovery of that, I'm glad that brought up, the recovery of how long it's going to take for STAs came up in discussion today, but also the recovery of these estuaries. And you looked at the last year, and we saw a really good year for oysters and oyster spat and recruitment, and even some seagrass growth coming back, but it's not back to where it used to be, or even what it should be. And so our discussion should be, yes, it's got really devastated, or this was a great year, but is this going to be a road to recovery? How is it going to be 1 year, 2 years, maybe even 3 years before this estuary gets back? And so we're adamant about trying to protect the system and let it recover to those original goals, or even to the goals that we're trying to set on it. Finally, I know that water's an issue, of course, going south, and those 2020 water year reports about STAs are really revealing as well, that 77,000 acre feet this current water year so far has gone from the lake, but another, out of the 840,000 acre feet total, the rest of that came from the EA basin. So we're using our STAs to kind of hydrate, take that water from the EA runoff basin and put it south. And I understand that STA 5 and 6 obviously needs to be redirected and get a lot of water, and it was really scary to hear Florida Bays kind of at that 2015 critical time when we got salinities upwards in the 40 parts per thousand, and those ranges are starting to get high, and kind of showing again that need to put that water south. Lastly, doing restoration work, and we do that. Let me also point out that C23 and C24 canals up here in the basin are not connected to the lake, and you all control those structures at S97 and S49. So be mindful of when those basins are running off directly into the North Fork, that those control structures are by the district. There are 62 project culverts around there that connect into there. We need to regulate that as well, and to understand those runoffs coming in, not just from the lake, but that 310,000 acres of C23, 24, C44, and 10 Mile Creek. Those are the other basins that come in. So I just thank you. I want to invite you to come by the Coastal Center at Hutchinson Island, and our place will show you seagrass and oyster restoration work in our seagrass nursery and oyster hatchery and stuff. So I'm really excited. Again, like Mike Connor offered, I'm offering, come on, we'll give you a tour, whether it's whatever time you want to. Come to our place and experience some of this, and I'll show you behind the scenes in our work. Thanks.
Thank you, Mark. Gary?
Thank you very much. My name is Gary Goforth. I had the honor, I serve on the board of directors of the Florida Oceanographic Society with Mark and his incredible staff, and really do hope you all come out to really experience it, and bring your kids and bring your grandkids. We've got a lot of hands-on activities. I also just recently accepted a position to serve on the Technical Advisory Committee for Mike Connor on the Indian River Keeper, and so I look forward to helping Mike and answer. One of the first questions I posed Mike was, how long does it take the estuaries to recover? We hear about Lake Okeechobee every month, we hear about the STAs, but obviously, as Mark said, the estuaries have their own ecosystem. I want to commend the board. What a difference a year makes. A year ago, we had a different culture at the Water Management District. We had different board presentations, different interactions. I'm grateful for you selfishly letting me come and talk and give you comments now instead of waiting to the end. Thank you, Drew. That's a different culture, and that has made its way down to staff. The staff presentations are outstanding. John, I want to comment and compliment John and the ecological conditions. They contain such useful information that the layperson can readily interpret. It is one of my first presentations. I think I offended staff. It was a presentation on the water quality of the estuaries, and there was not a single mention of cyanobacteria. And I made a statement. I said, well, you know, perhaps staff doesn't share my concern about human health. And I accepted feedback and said, well, that's not really what was meant. I'm so grateful. Now your staff have put in charts showing the cyanobacteria entering the St. Lucie estuary. Thank you, and I deeply mean that. We talked about STA. They need water. I'm grateful that this board and this staff is sending as much water south as they can. I don't always agree with John. In fact, I think we share the birthdays. December 12th, perhaps, we share birthdays. But he's doing an outstanding job. And one area that I'll spend just 10 seconds on is STA 5.6. I hope you really quiz him about what exactly is going into the capital improvement plan on STA 5.6. You, as a board, in a consent agenda item, approved over $10 million to improve STA 1 East. Ask John what he can do for $10 million to get more lake water to STA 5.6. I suspect he can get a lot of lake water for that amount of money. The maps, Ms. Thurlow-Lippers, thank you for pointing out the maps. And I do hope you board members take a look at the maps that I send you each month. The most recent ones were on the lake, where the St. Lucie Estuary watershed. If you haven't had a chance to meet Todd Thurlow, he's my cohort in these maps. He's a genius behind the scenes. The maps graphically point out many things. They tell you at a visual inspection where are the hot basins. As agencies that have limited resources, where should you spend your time to work collaboratively with landowners to identify why their basins are particularly hot, whether it's nitrogen or phosphorus. I do point out that the tidal basins on those maps, as we're right today, are the cleanest water entering the St. Lucie Estuary. This is where most of the people live. This is where the thousands and tens of thousands, well, not that many, septic tanks are that contribute to the St. Lucie Estuary. But that's the cleanest water entering the estuary. And it's due to municipalities and ordinances such as Sewell's Point that have strong fertilizer ordinances. And also, as the city of Port St. Lucie pointed out, Martin County, City of Port St. Lucie, Stewart have converted over 8,000 septic tanks to centralized sewers. And there's over $155 million of programs on the way to convert even more septic tanks to centralized sewers. It doesn't solve all the problems, but at least it helps. We're all in this together. Again, thank you all so much for your participation, serving on the board. If there's anything I can do to help, I offer my assistance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're now going to move to item 29, which is a voting item. It's a 5-year capital improvement plan. Mr. Mitnick, you doing it? Or are you doing it?
Mr. Chair, so I had the idea that maybe we didn't have to go through John's 30 slides. And because I know every one of you have been briefed on the capital improvement plan, we've posted all these projects on the website so that the public can see all the different projects and what they mean to us are going to happen over the next 5 years. So I would propose that we not have that slideshow, but I do want to point out something that I think is very exciting and compelling, and that is, you know, where is it? Towards the end, there's a slide that tells us over time how much storage we're going to have built in the system. And this is what I end with every time I present to the legislature is, you know, this is coming, and it's coming soon. Within this capital improvement plan, which is a 5-year plan, at the end of that plan, you're going to have another 1 million acre-feet of storage in the system to use. That's Kissimmee River, that's the headwater chain of lakes of the Kissimmee River, C-43, C-44, the EAA Reservoir STA, and all the STAs associated with restoration strategies and FEBs. That's about 1 million acre-feet of storage. Now, why that number sounds meaningful is think of how many feet of water that is in Lake Okeechobee. All right, it's about 400 to 450,000 acre feet a foot. So you're talking about 2 feet of storage on Lake Okeechobee that is now represented with infrastructure that we've built. That's a lot of operational flexibility. That gives us some incredible tools that we'll be able to deploy just with this vote, with this capital improvement plan. So it's, 5 years is, we want it to happen next year, right? We want it all to happen, but 5 years is not too long. I mean, if you think about 5 years ago and what was all going on, that was just a blink, right? I mean, I'm still worried about Y2K, and so,
okay.
this, it's just, to me, it's just exciting and compelling. And before we had the next agenda item, this was going to be our big compelling agenda item for this board meeting. But I suggest that we just reflect on everything that we're doing, that staff is doing at the district, because it's just phenomenal. I don't know how they keep up, but they are just dedicated and just, running hard as fast as they can all the time. And so it's just it's a real, it's just a source of pride for all of us, everything that we can get done. So anyway, that was my suggestion. Let's, just skip the whole presentation.
That's a wonderful slide. Is there anyone on the board who objects to not having the full presentation? We've all been briefed. Great. Is there public comment on this item? Great.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion for approval of the 5-year capital improvement plan.
That's Resolution 2020-0217. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board? Mr. Butler.
Just real quick, Drew, if you can put that slide up again. We got to remember, of course, this is a 5-year capital improvement plan. We're working on these projects, but we don't need to get complacent. There's more to do. And working on getting that dark blue line thicker, further out, looking for projects and getting projects going that we also get more storage north of the lake is important. So that dark blue line needs to get thicker.
Right. And that is one thing that
we need to keep teeing things up.
Mm-hmm. So as you know, we got a $50 million appropriation for aquifer storage and recovery wells that we are, looking at starting up 2 of the wells that we have mothballed and siting new wells. And so that would thicken that blue line. And then what also is not on that graph is all the dispersed water management projects that we have teed up and ongoing, which even thickens those lines even more.
So that shows no dispersed water?
That does not include dispersed, that's all the public capital projects.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Minus the aquifer storage and recovery, which is also underway.
Okay. I have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor, say aye. 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 All those opposed, like sign. For the record, were Mr. Wagner here, he would have voted yes. But he's not. I guess in spirit. So number 30, Mr. Bartlett.
I am not going to skip this presentation.
No, don't shift this one.
So, I don't know. I have been at the department, and I know Paula and Jen were at the department as, there were proposals for oil and gas exploration going on in the Everglades, and it absolutely got the public's attention, particularly those who are so fond of the Everglades and have been out there and taken pictures. It's like, this really is unsettling to have oil and gas exploration in the Everglades. And then Governor DeSantis, and partnering with the Department of Environmental Protection and us today, are, working on this right now. And so, this is not a new issue, right? This is a 1993 resolution from the South Florida Water Management District opposing oil and gas. So it's not new, but it was certainly coming to a head in recent days until, and there was really respect with a property that was owned by the Cantor family, who was looking at doing oil and gas exploration in those red squares. Aha, yes. And you can see where those are. Right here. Right there. And you see where we want to put water when we do restoration. Right in the same spot. So, we're talking about a good bit of land where they had gotten successful permission, or were certainly right on their way to doing oil and gas exploration, right there in the heart of the Everglades, where we want to put water and continue to move water. And so Governor DeSantis announced a few weeks back that they had secured an option to acquire that land, all the rights of that land, in public ownership. And so it's about 20,000 acres of critical wetland habitat and Water Conservation Area 3. You saw it on the map, right in the middle of our restoration efforts. And this acquisition is going to be the largest one we've seen in a decade. And so the terms of the option are, if we close before June 30th, $16.5 million is how much it would cost for about these 20,000 acres. Now, in that option, it was 20, they were still doing the title work, so it's 20,000 plus or minus 10% of whatever the total acreage ends up being. It's all less than $1,000 an acre in Broward County. And if your Broward County board member were here, he would say, less than $1,000 an acre in Broward County, sold. He was very impressed by that price tag, and certainly the appraisals we had spanned the gamut, from about that to upwards of $75 million for even a partial piece of that, and that big gap just has to do with the prospects of oil and gas being in the mineral rights, and so had they explored and found it, it would be a lot more expensive, right? So I would prefer no exploration. I would prefer, conservation, keeping land the way we want to see it when we have a restored Everglades. And that's what public ownership does. It completely just puts it in our hands, and we get to keep it the way we see it right now and actually improve it once we get a comprehensive Everglades restoration plan done. And so it's totally within our mission. We are capable of going ahead and closing this deal very quickly, and we're certainly on track with making that happen. The staff at the district, yeoman's work at Stephen Collins' shop and Paula's shop on trying to get this thing landed, ready for board today, and then moving very quickly towards closing, obviously before June 30th, where we can get our best price. And I just love this slide because it shows how important this is, right? This was when we had that 2018 wading bird population boom, and that is exactly what we want to see when we have Everglades restored. And this is right in those areas where we want wading birds to continue to enjoy that successful nesting, year after year. They did it great in 2018 because Mother Nature made it right. But once we get the EAA reservoir, Tamiami Trail unplugged, and storage all throughout the system in Everglades restoration, we can recreate this kind of this phenomenon and have that wading bird restoration restored, and on those lands that we will own very shortly. So it is with great pride that I present this resolution to you, and thank you to Governor DeSantis for really making this happen, and Noah Valenstein for working so hard at DEP to try to get this option secured and ready for us to be able to be a part of this historic event. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Is there public comment on this?
There is. We have two.
I'd like to hear that, and then we'll come back to board discussion.
Ryan Bolvis, followed by Newton Cook.
Hello, my name is Brian Bolvis with the firm of Manson, Bolvis, Donaldson, and Varn on behalf of Cantor Real Estate. I signed up for it just in case there was any questions or comments that we had to address, but while I am here, I will just say that on behalf of the Cantor family, they're very pleased and proud to join with Governor DeSantis and the district to take steps to preserve this important natural resource. We really believe it's a win-win for all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boltis.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you. Everglades Holiday Park, which we just spent a lot of money on recently, remodeling it. It's a fantastic place. World class, believe it or not. People come from all over the world. I come up with my bass up on my back with the fishing boat or my ducks in the duck boat, And you hear 4 different languages, European, German, French, Italian, they're all standing there like, this is a real deal here, airboats and everything. That's what we're talking about here. I mean, this is a fantastic place. I didn't even know it was private. I don't think anybody else out there knows it either. We don't need drilling oil in the middle of the flowway, and that's what this is. I'm not against oil drilling in proper spots and even in South Florida, but this is not a proper spot. So I just want to say, I think they obviously pretty smart folks. They probably maybe threatened to drill oil, run the price up a little bit, but nonetheless, it's worth every penny from now forever. Now, to save time, I'm going to real quickly not stay around till the last. The U.S. Corps of Engineers had a great meeting at the district offices Thursday. I don't know how many watched it or saw it. They run models. The lady that got up and did the modeling presentation, which is like, you go bleary-eyed. But the fact of the matter is, the models confirmed what the colonel said, the last colonel, not this colonel, before he left. If you take the lake down and drive it down to 10.5 feet in May, you're going to get more damaging discharges, not less. So I want you to be very careful about that. We asked the Corps to run models when we had the old Lake Okeechobee rack. Ted Guy was on it. Some people know Ted Guy. He taught me a lot. We asked the Corps to run a model on what's going to happen when all the SERP is built out and mod waters, everything that you just put up. He ran that model. Cost him a lot of money. Pete Milan come back and reported to the group, if we do everything, the number of discharges will be reduced 30%. If you had 10 discharges, you're still going to get 7. After everything's done, we had a feeling that was true. And it means we have a much bigger challenge here than some of us think. And the fact of the matter is, that also had a caveat. The 10 parts per billion phosphorus at the bottom end going into the park has to be removed. The restrictions because of the Endangered Species Act, Cape Seaside Sparrow, at the Tamiami Trail has to be removed. If they're not removed, you won't even get 30%. Now, I'm not calling for either of those to happen, but it's important to understand how difficult this thing is to do with the restrictions that we have. 6,000 CFS is all we can get out of the bottom of the lake. I'm looking at the man to tell me different. He's not. IRMA put 30,000 CFS in at the top. Even the January 2016, which was the longest time this place got bombed that whole year, 18,000 CFS. Where do you think the difference goes? It goes east and west. So the estuaries are doomed until we get a bigger, I've been lobbying for this for 15 years, until we get a bigger structure at the south end of the lake, which is not in SERP, never mentioned, but if you don't do it, no matter what you build, how many storage you build, when you got 18,000 coming in at the top to 30,000, the estuaries are doomed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Is there any more public comment? Is there any board comment?
Is this like the end of the meeting?
No, this is not the end of the meeting. I'll let you know.
The only comment I'd like to make is that this is really a great effort here to get this acreage, and I'm so proud to be a part of it. I mean, it really is. To purchase this acreage is just a tremendous asset for Everglades restoration.
Amen.
Concur with that. I have, I'm going to do something a little bit unusual in that I do have comments from our board members who aren't here. Mr. Wagner says he's going to vote for this were he here. Mr. Bergeron, I'm not going to do this justice because I won't be able to read it in his voice, but I am going to read a note that he wrote. It starts out, as a young boy, I fell in love with the environment in the Everglades. I remember the beauty of the landscape, the wildlife everywhere, and the sunsets. As I grew up, I watched the landscape change, and not always for the better. I wanted it to prosper and be truly wild, the way I remembered it as a child. Fast forward to today, and we have a governor who is a champion of the environment. Governor DeSantis' commitment to the protection and restoration of the Everglades is unmatched, and he has proven himself as a great leader for the great state of Florida. Land acquisitions are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to permanently protect more of our precious Everglades. I apologize for not being able to make it today and ask the board to note my full support of this item. Please join me in supporting this item, and let's save the Everglades. Signed, Alligator Ron Bergeron. And Mrs. Meads also submitted a comment which I'll read into the record. While I was very excited to join our governor in announcing the important deal reached to buy critical wetlands and water conservation area 3 a few weeks ago, I am sad to miss our board taking such critical action on this item. I wholeheartedly support this and have asked the chairman to read my support directly into the record before the board votes today. If the board moves forward with this important acquisition, this land will remain in pristine condition and untouched for future generations. This item will not just impact our children and grandchildren, but our grandchildren's children and so many generations to come. Our Everglades are counting on us to do important things like this. Thank you, board members, for your vote supporting this item today. Cheryl Meads. I think that says it pretty well. Any further discussion? No further public comment. I don't think I have a motion.
I'll make a motion that we accept the assignment from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection of the option to purchase and to acquire the real property interest included in the option, approximately 20,000 acres located in Water Conservation Area 3 in Broward County, in the amount not to exceed $18 million, plus incidental costs for which ad valorem funds are budgeted in fiscal year 2019-2020.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it unanimously. Let the record show that these three would have voted yes were they here. And thank you so much, Governor DeSantis and Secretary Valenstein, for all the work you've done on this. And also thank you to our staff. I know this was not easy, and this came quickly, and it's exciting. We're going to go to staff reports. Ms. Heater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. So today I will report on the month of December for the monthly financials. And after I give my report, I will then move on to an additional item related to the disposition of assets. So for the month of December, which is 25% of the year completed, the district has collected $330 million. And I would like to say that it's 53.7 million higher than it was this time last year. So we are doing well. I do want to note an anomaly that it does state in the memo that the ad valorem collections are slightly behind. That has caught up in the month of January, so it's nothing to be of concern. Moving on to the disposition of assets. Chapter 274, Florida statutes, authorizes the South Florida Water Management District to dispose of obsolete tangible personal property as surplus. The governing board delegated its authority under this chapter to the executive director. Section 101-44-5C, finance delegations of the district's policies. The executive director further designated the authority to the director of administrative services. Section 274-07 Florida statute requires that the district record in its minutes the tangible personal property disposed of under Chapter 274. A list of the tangible personal property declared as surplus is described as a separate document in the meeting packet under Agenda Item 31, and a hard copy of this document is available upon request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heater. Are there any questions? Great. Thanks. Ms. Cobb?
I don't have anything further, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cobb. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to personally thank each of you for your attendance and commitment at the Everglades Coalition Conference. We were there in force as a water management district. We got to interact a lot with people that care about ecosystems and Everglades restoration. And I appreciate your early rise to a governing board meeting / breakfast. That really was the hit of the conference. I couldn't tell you how excited everyone was for that experience and all the stories you shared. It was very good for us as a water management district to be so engaged. On to other business matters. So we continue to work on the 40E61 rule. We are working on it as staff. We're in, communication with DEP as we, figure that rule out. It is more complex than we anticipated. We're adding new basins, and so we're trying to get a good draft together for public consumption. DEP, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday signed the BMAPs that are for the area, and our rule needs to work in concert with DEP's BMAPs, and so that'll be good for the public to have to review and look at, and then we can build from there. As staff are meeting with DEP routinely to try to figure out how these two programs work together and are not confusing of one another. Our schedule, I told you last time we were going to try to have draft rules in January. We weren't able to pull that off, although our overall schedule will not slip. Our next set of workshops is in April, where we will have draft regs, for those workshops. We wouldn't have those workshops without draft regs because people need something to look at and understand. And so we're keeping that schedule. Hopefully we'll have some draft rules out, within the next month or, March, but definitely in advance of the April workshops. So, that is very important to this district, and we're working on that very diligently. So, also on the Caloosahatchee C-43, the water quality feasibility study, last week, or maybe it was the week before, we had another public workshop on the feasibility study for the water quality features associated with the C-43 reservoir. It was well attended. They've taken the next steps of honing down all the types of options to a smaller set, and then there'll be another workshop in another couple months where we really boil it down to closer to 5 options, and hope to have that feasibility study done this summer. With respect to SERP, I'm very excited to tell you that this past week we put out to bid for bids the construction of our inflow canal for the EAA Reservoir Stormwater Treatment Area. So I know the permits we don't have yet, but we are moving forward as if those permits are coming. The Corps has often continues to assure us that we can look towards May for that. So it's out to bid. We'll be ready to really make progress as soon as we get that authority. I can tell you, staff is not sitting around waiting on anything. We are moving forward with that very important project. With respect to Western Everglades Restoration Plan, that is on the western side of the Everglades, is the inflow canals that goes through the Miccosukee tribe. The tribes, and other stakeholders, including DEP and federal entities, got a letter from Colonel Kelly saying, what do you think about Western Everglades restoration? It was a much longer letter than that, but what do you think? And so we did reply to Colonel Kelly and told him, keep going. Don't terminate. At the last Ecosystem Task Force meeting up in D.C., he had suggested they might terminate that. There was a resounding pushback, and I think we certainly sent our message to him to say, keep going, we'll help. And on top of that, one of the issues is the land holdings within Big Cypress and how it's going to affect tribal members and private landholders. So we offered to go ahead and do the detailed surveys necessary to understand exactly how individuals are affected and to see what sort of solutions there are available to that, whether it's flowage easements, working on their property, so forth. So not only do we say keep going, but we're here to help. And then we are continuing to work on letters of support. We understand that the public's very interested in Lake Okeechobee Restoration Plan, the Loxahatchee Restoration Plan. Those are still in the works, and so we're still looking at those. You may have heard the Miccosukee tribe talk to you about their 850 acres that they used to own in the Picayune Strand footprint. We've been working with the tribe to figure out how to resolve that issue because they lost that land through takings. But they would have told us they would be okay with easements rather than, a whole fee simple acquisition. So we have had a letter exchange with the Corps of Engineers to say, in Picayune Strand, would you be okay with easements? We got a letter response this week saying we could work with easements. So our next step as a district is to engage DEP and the Miccosukee tribe to see if there's a path forward that we could craft to deal with that issue, because it is one that the Miccosukee tribe takes very personally. And the final thing I wanted to talk to you about is, as you guys probably hear a lot, is the issue of exotics control, as far as vegetation management. And you hear that particularly with respect to Lake Okeechobee. I want to tell you, we are involved in exotics control and vegetation management as a district, because letting exotics take over any kind of ecosystem destroys the ecosystem. So you absolutely have to do exotics control. But the issue is the use of herbicides. And I want to tell you that we are constantly looking at ways to reduce our herbicide use. We've got innovative projects going in, about 8 or 9 innovative projects that I want to give you more detail on through a briefing about other ways rather than broadcast spraying, that kind of spraying that we are exploring and in fact using to try to control exotics, whether it's mechanical harvesting, which we do routinely, biological controls through insects or carp or those types of things, or using herbicides in a manner that is not spraying. It's more like touching, So we are as a district just completely focused in on that issue because we want to be responsive and we want to, absolutely do what we can in the safest manner possible, So I wanted to let you know that we are on top of that, and I'll get staff to send you a report on the details because there's a lot of details associated with that. So with that, Mr. Chair, that's my executive director's report. We're having a good time at the district.
Keep it up. That was very encouraging. Does anyone have any comments or questions for our executive director? Hearing none, thank you. We have public comment?
We do. We have 2. Diane Goldberg, followed by Doc Snook.
Good afternoon. I first want to discuss the Okeechobee Airport, and one thing that was not brought up was runoff, and that's an important issue. I don't know where the runoff is going now, but in most cases, runoff is sent into wetlands because they are very good at cleaning it. For an example, when the city of Port St. Lucie was putting in the Crosstown Parkway bridge, they needed to fill in wetlands and to help with runoff, they put in retention ponds. Unfortunately, they were not required to redirect the storm water drains that were going into the park and being cleaned by the wetlands to be put into the ponds instead. And after filling in the wetlands, they were not being cleaned. They were going directly into Hog Pen Slough, which is connected directly into the St. Lucie River. So they were finding problems with pollution. And that's what I just want to make sure you look into this issue too, to make sure that it's directed properly, because of course, you know, the runways do have that kind of an issue. Also what I wanted to discuss with you was earlier the snail kites were discussed over in Lake Okeechobee, and I find that where I live, I moved in almost 9 years ago to a house that has a marsh behind it, man-made, but still I was getting the snail kites coming to that yard. when the city came to spray the plants, I said, oh, no, hold off. The snail kites are here, I don't want them to be endangered. And I was told, no, the poisons aren't going to hurt them. Well, because they're herbicides and it's not a pesticide or something that would kill the birds. It may not kill the birds, but it did harm the birds in the way that the plants were where the apple snails were laying its eggs. Kill all the plants, you have no food for this snail kites, and therefore they went away. Last year, I insisted that they don't spray the cattails. Now, they're native, but they're considered aggressive, and so they said, just behind your house, we won't spray them, and everywhere else they did. The snail kites came back this year. There weren't really enough snails for them to eat, but they did have something, so I have seen them. In December, I saw them, and I even saw some yesterday. So it was an improvement. So the issue is not just a matter of how high the water is. We have to watch, because when the water is low enough for the plants to grow, then of course the snails can lay their eggs. We do have an issue with the invasive apple snail, but the snail kites have learned to be able to eat them now, as well as limpkins and other wildlife. So I think they're doing a better control than we could, so I don't want them killed at this point because the kites are surviving on that. But glyphosate is a problem because, again, you don't want too many cattails, but if that's where the snails are laying their eggs, you kill them, there goes the snail kites. So you can't just look at the problem being an issue of the height of the water. You have to consider some of these other issues too. So I hope that will be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg.
The reason why I'm looking, A.J. Smith, alias Doc Snook, the Florida fisherman. The last time I spoke to the South Florida Water Management District, about 18 years ago, I got about 15 seconds into what I was going to say. It was pretty hot and heavy back then. And two very large sheriffs grabbed me and walked me out to my truck and said, if you come back in, you'll be criminally trespassed. And that was the last time I talked to the board meeting because it was useless. They didn't want to hear the truth. They didn't know what was going on. They were scared, on and on and on. So I was very, very happy when the governor got rid of those asshats and sent them flying and put you guys in here. Now I see that it's a totally different vibe in here with everybody actually listening, actually doing things versus like Melissa Meeker, who was a total waste of breath.
Please don't disparage
when she was doing her thing. I'm an FIT graduate, Jensen Beach. We are few and in between now. We're dying off, unfortunately. I got my degree in ocean engineering, just like Mark Perry. Former ocean Martin County lifeguard. Used to be the producer and host of the Florida Fisherman TV series, 1999-2001. We stopped that show after what was called the Legion to Fish event that started in 1999. I also worked for Applied Biology and FP&L doing the turtle research out on Hutchinson Island. I worked for the Port St. Lucie Tribune and the Fort Pierce Tribune on their outdoors team for 2 years, writing about the pollution until they finally got fed up writing about the pollution, and they actually just stopped that whole page on the back of the Sunday edition. I'm one of the 4 founding members of the Rivers Coalition in Martin County, which now I guess represents a whole bunch of people. I haven't been on it since 19 and a half years ago, when 3 out of the 4 founding members were voted off the Rivers Coalition, and it just so happened to be the 3 environmentalists that started. They kept one, Leon Aboud, who was the one business guy. So we knew where the Rivers Coalition was aimed at back then. It has changed since then in the last few years. I know Mark is leading it up now, so that's probably one of the reasons why. We brought down a guy called Dr. Richie Shoemaker. I don't know if you know Dr. Richie. He wrote the book Crossing Dark Waters, and it was about the pig farms up in Maryland. And the commercial fishermen were losing arms and fingers and everything. About 170 of them ended up over the course of 3 years from the runoff from the pig farms. And the pictures would blow your mind. Well, when he came down here after the Legion Fish event, and the health department was saying to the unfortunate guy who was using his cast net, who had a lesion on his lip, they were telling him that it was a venereal disease or something like this. They didn't know back then, 20 years ago, what was going on. 2 years ago, someone I taught at adult ed called Fish in Martin County. I had over 500 students over 3 years. Older gentleman from up north came down, was fishing just outside the power plant, got stabbed in his left hand with a dorsal fin from a sheep's head. 48 hours later, he was dead from Pfiesteria. Went up his arm, went into his heart, and started eating his heart. So there's one person I know that have died from Pfiesteria. 20 years ago, we took samples. Captain Greg Gentile, the Dean of Guides, took 5 samples, gave them to Dr. Richie Shoemaker. He brought them back to Maryland. All 5 samples tested positive for Pfiesteria. So when people say, oh, there's not flesh-eating bacteria out there in that water, yes, there is, and people have died from it. I'll say that again. Yes, there is, and people have died from it, from right here in Port St. Lucie. I also read a story last month about a lady who was here down at Bathtub Beach, had a cut on her foot, Pfiesteria, went back home, had to have her leg amputated. So there's these stories that are out there that aren't making, or maybe you're not hearing it, I'm hearing it, because everybody calls me up and says, get the word out that it's here, it's there. Well, it's everywhere. That's the scary part. I was healthy a year and a half ago. I'm just getting over throat cancer, and I have another cancer. I lived on my sailboat for 6 years in the St. Lucie and Indian River, probably half the amount of time. And the 3 times that I was in the St. Lucie River, living on my sailboat at the city Anchorage, I got infected 3 times. One time was MRSA, almost killed me, and it was in this lymph node right here. Just so happens, this is the same lymph node I got my cancer and almost died a few months back from throat cancer. I've known of 35 dogs, the lady in Stewart now keeps track, that have died in the last 2 years from going in the river and died. Years ago, I went to the Rivers Coalition meeting and said, it was about 10 years ago, and said, I'm telling you, this is what's going to happen in the next few years. Manatees are going to start dying by the hundreds. They weren't then, but I said, this is what's going to happen. I was the canary in the coal mine out there, breathing the water, seeing the water, being on the water for 40 years, and I knew what was coming. And I was telling everybody, don't go out on the water, don't go out on the water. Dolphins are going to start getting sick. Watch what happens. They're mammals. They're just like me. They breathe. Same thing with manatees. What happened a year later? Hundreds of manatees dying. Dolphins getting lesions all over them. And I don't know, maybe you say stuff like this to people and you just don't believe it's going to happen. Well, not only did it happen, but it's happening right now. Right now it's happening. And that's the scary part about it, is it's not making the papers. That's the real scary part about it. It's almost like watching the thing on TV here. Sorry, my mind is a little fuzzy with just getting over that radiation. 40 bouts of radiation is really nasty. But it's like the impeachment trial. They don't want to put it in the paper if Trump does something good. But if he does something bad, it's all over. Well, this is just the opposite. There's a lot of bad out there right now, but the newspapers are not putting it in the paper. And that's what's really scaring me, is they should have something in there. When the gal in Stewart, and say, every week, call her up and say, how many more dogs died this week? Right? I know Jackie for years now, and we started with the fertilizer ordinance in Sewell's Point. I gave her the info from Lee County, and we started that. So there's a lot of information that needs to get out on the health. And the only thing that I heard was, I've known Mike Connor for years, that he's starting to get the health portion of it out. And I tried to do that 20 years ago, and nobody wanted to hear. The health department in Martin County said, oh, yeah, well, he's got a venereal disease. Well, obviously he didn't have a venereal disease. He ended up having some sort of Listeria-like flesh-eating bacteria. And it's still out there. And I hope you guys spend a lot of money and a lot of time gathering up the information, because there's doctors from the hospital here and there's doctors in Martin Memorial that are keeping track of this. And there needs to be something in your monthly newsletter or something put online where people can get this information, that if they have a rash or if they see that they're getting some sort of flesh-eating bacteria, what you're going to have to do so that you don't die 48 hours later from blood poisoning. So, right? I mean, all these things are happening, but nobody's talking about that part of it. Because, it's scary.
Thank you, Mr.
It's very
Chairman. As
scary.
we wrap up, we've got to, I don't think we have any more comments, but I want to let these guys get home.
One other thing.
Quickly.
20 years ago, we videotaped people polluting. One was a big orange company up here that we caught with the DEP and gave that information to Melissa Meeker, and they went and they sued them. They got a bunch of money and they got a bunch of land that they took from them because they were pumping their effluent discharge into the North Fork of the St. Lucie River. Well, we're going to start that again. We're going to start videotaping me and my comrades, as Eve Samples calls me, a comrade, that we're going to go out and we're going to start videotaping polluters again. So you might see some video clips in your inbox coming up. And I figure if we give it to you guys, hopefully something will be done about the people that we catch out there. Because video's everything. YouTube, you got to love YouTube. And we're going to be using YouTube a lot coming up in the next few months. And hopefully we'll catch these guys that are out there doing it at 3 o'clock in the morning like we did last time.
Well, thank you, sir.
All right, guys.
Appreciate it. Any more public comment? Board comments? You all want to go home. Except Jackie doesn't. Mr. Lipich?
I just want to thank everybody for being here and participating. And these are really special times. We are living in really special times. And it's because in this world where there is so much that divides us, there is something that we all have in common, and it's called water. And I just thank everybody very much for being here.
I'll echo that as we get ready to adjourn. And I want to thank once again the City of Port St. Lucie and its staff for generously hosting us. You guys went above and beyond, and you're an incredible host. Thank you very much. And to all the public, Mr. Bartlett.
I just had to show y'all something. Python football.
Oh, you've been holding out?
Wow. That's right. Charlie. Terrible throw, but I wanted to show that to y'all. Thank you.
You'll be on the Dolphins next year. Sorry. Wow. That's very neat.
Can I get a jacket?
Yeah, all the bling. And I also want to thank everybody who came and from the community here. The public engagement really helps us to understand what we're doing, make sure we're going in the right direction. So all your comments and your participation here is very helpful. And finally, I want to thank our staff for, as always, doing a wonderful job, working really hard and advocating, moving the ball down the field, faster than, I'm sorry.
Yes.
faster than we thought was going to be possible. This governor has big dreams for us, and I think we're executing those. So let's keep it up. And the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.